Hold on, my chair is being weird. Okay. Switch music. There we go.
Ohayo, Aibo.
Ohio, Aibo. What are you guys all up to? Akibo, you time. Actually, Jay, it'd be so interesting to watch it with you. Got home. Welcome home. Welcome home. You're just in time for story time. Woo. Hold on. I need to rub my eyes. Ooh. Ding ding. It'd be fun to like watch with Mono and Gabby too. I feel like it's just such a stressful show. Because I legit, like, on school nights, when I first started it, like, I would immediately, like, want to finish the episode or start the next episode because I was so, like, oh, like, on the edge of my seat. It gets you on the edge. And then I would wake up and feel, like, so dead, but then I would do it all over again. Ugh, God. I have a love-hate relationship with it, for real. Okay, I'm gonna reveal the chart I made. Bam! Here's our season 3 chart. How's it looking? Ah! The chart is too scary! Let me move it a little. There's a hunk on my screen and it's not Kiryu. It's me! Let's go! What chaos do you have for us today? I have season 3 and season 4! Milf Hunter. Yeah, that's my guy, Theo. Theo's my guy. Oh no, the guy's name is Carrie. His wife's name is Sherry. And they are so funny. They're like the most typical, I don't know, they're the most typical like Instagram influencer couple. Mislabeled? Shaking my head. Fine, I'll change the name order. God. My audience is so picky. What are you up to, Ryujin? Erase. Carrie and Sherry. Conrad. Gabby, hello! Next you'll tell me Theo isn't actually a MILF hunter. Don't worry about that. Theo will not let us down. Do not worry, Theo. He will not let us down. Alright. So, to sum up where we left off. Oh, I forgot to label. I forgot to label the main characters. So we've got Joe, who we all know, right? We all know Joe. But now we also have Love. And to recap from last time, Love became Joe's like new Beck, right? Joe, who? Love became Joe's new Beck. He was like stalking her, obsessed with her, playing these mind games. Bam! Turns out, at the end of it all, that Love was the one that started stalking him first. She's the same. Joe Mama. And she ends up killing 2 people, Delilah and Candace. Candace, who was after Joe. And she exposed who Joe really was to Love. But then Love was like, psych! And Love stabbed her in the throat. And then Candace was like, and then she fell on the ground. And then Joe was like, whoa, what the hell? And then since Joe is so self-unaware, he was like, whoa, Love is insane. What a crazy bitch. You know? Because he doesn't think that he did the same thing. He's like, oh, but I'm different. He's like, I'm different. But Love, she's insane. I had to kill her because she's a bad person. But then Love is like, Joe, I can't wait to start a new life with you. I'm pregnant. And Joe's like, whoa, 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 whoa. And because Joe's like, you know, such a good guy, he was like, oh, I can't wait to be a dad. So he was like, fine, I won't kill you. And then they moved far away to the suburbs together because 40 ends up getting killed. And they pin it all on 40. And then they're like, we have to leave this place. The voice acting, thank you. I'm trying to create immersion for you guys. But, yeah, so... God, I miss 40. I feel so bad for him. I'll put his photo up in memoriam. No, I'm putting his photo up because he does show up in the flashbacks. In memoriam. Oh, 40. You will always be famous. In memoriam. I'll put his name in white. 40. Queen. Rest in peace. Kiss finger, point to sky. Anyways. So that's where we left off, right? Now... Meal Hunter. Please! Wait, hold on. I know something that will help me explain. I need a teaching pointing stick thing. I need one of those pointing sticks. Oh, how do I find it? Finger pointer stick. Color transparent. Hey, there's a pink one. There's a pink one. $5 that VTube Studio has one. It does? No way. There's a pink one. I'm gonna use it in OBS, okay? We're upgraded from yesterday. Image. Pointing stick. There we go. Alright, I'm gonna use this. Alright. Upgrades for days! Alright. So now we're starting season 3, okay? We're starting season 3. And season 3 starts off with... They move to the suburbs together, right? And Love is pregnant. Starts off with Love giving birth, alright? She gives birth to their baby, who they name Henry. They call him Baby Henry, so their son's name is Henry. But it doesn't matter, because Henry doesn't matter, actually. They said, screw that baby! So, at first, parenthood, it's alright. These two, they have their differences. Joe still, doesn't really like Love anymore, because he's like, oh, she's such a psycho, right? Obviously, he's not the psycho, she is. So, So he's like, oh, she's such a psycho. I don't really love her anymore. But he stays with her because they have a kid. At first, it's like standard stuff, right? The baby takes over their entire lives. It like wakes them up at night. It's like, wee, 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 wee. And then they like get up and they have to like attend to the baby because that's how babies are. And then exhausts them. It drives them nuts. And then from what you see, it looks like they hate having this baby. Like it looks like they hate being parents. Obviously, they're not ready to be parents, right? It was a sudden pregnancy. And look at them. Do they look like they'd be good parents? But they seem like they hate parenthood. They're tired. They really don't like this life. They're exhausted. And it destroys their romance. They're not feeling any spark for each other. And worst of all, Love's mom keeps coming over. Her mom, Dottie, she's like overbearing. She keeps looking, she's like, let me see my grandson. She's like really into it. She's like treating the grandson like her own son, basically. She's like obsessed. Do you know what you figure it out later, but she basically starts viewing their son Henry as like 40, because 40 is dead, right? Her baby's dead, even though she like abuses him. So she starts treating their baby Henry as if it's like her son 40. It's like this whole really weird thing going on. Yeah, the pointer. We got a pointer this time. 40's dead, gasp. And then Joe's like, I hate this life. Like, I don't like being a dad. I hate Love's mom. I also don't really like Love anymore. But don't worry, alright? He finds a way to hold on to a shred of his old self in this suburban area. He's like, this life is so boring. We're all living in like picket fence lawns and stuff. And it's so boring. Nothing's going on. I hate being a parent. And he has this itch, okay? He has this itch he can't scratch. Now what is this itch? The itch to kill! Because he likes killing! But he won't admit it because he's like, I'm a good person. I can move on. And then he's trying to ignore this itch, right? And be a normal, white, suburban dad who hates his son. Anyway, and then, but he's like, you know what? I'm gonna be a new person for my son. I'm gonna raise this baby. I'm gonna be a good dad. And he's like, well, I am changed as a person, but, you know, there are still some things I like to do in my free time. And what's the something? Staring at his neighbor, Natalie. Natalie Angler. I think that's how you pronounce their last name. I forgot. I'm just gonna call them by their first names. But Natalie, right? So he's like, this is what I do in my free time. And it's just him staring at Natalie from his lawn. He's like, And you know his type, Natalie? She loves books. She loves reading. She's a bookish person. The season 3 victim. And then he's staring at her through the window. He's watching her change. He's like, damn, girl. Wow. Because she's like hot and she also likes reading. And then Joe's like, you know what the perfect thing to do is? As an excuse to go out stalking is to take my son out for a walk. So what he does is he puts Henry, his son, into like a stroller. And then he like pretends he's walking his baby, but he's actually using the chance to stalk Natalie. So he's bringing his baby to stalking expeditions, starting them early, you know. And then it's crazy. Anyways. So he's like, he tells Love, he's like, I'm gonna go walk Henry. Love's like, okay, and he just leaves to go watch Natalie. And then one day, the baby's gonna be one of the best. One day, Natalie invites Joe over for wine because she's like, hey neighbor, I've seen you around. They talk a little bit. And then Natalie's like invites Joe over for wine because her husband, Matthew, who's a big like tech guy, he's very famous and rich. Okay, he's out of town, so Natalie's like, why don't you come on over sometime? And then Joe's like, okay. So Joe goes over to Natalie's house, and they connect over their mutual dissatisfaction with their domestic life. Right? Natalie's like, I'm kind of tired, like being just a mom or a housewife. Like, I'm stuck here. And he gets to go out and do all this stuff. Like, I'm not satisfied with my life. And Joe is like, me too. Even though Joe has only been a dad for like 2 seconds. He's like, I also hate this life. And then they're about to get it on. There's like tension in the air that you can cut it with a knife. The energy, they're feeling it. They're about to get it on together. Perhaps do some yoinking. But then Joe remembers that he's married. He's like, wait, I have a wife, Love. I can't do this. Because he suddenly has a good conscience. So he leaves. He's like, I'm sorry, I can't do this, Natalie. And then he leaves. But he's still turned on. He's still got the woohoo energy, right? So for the first time in ages, he's like, Love, let's yoink and boink. And Love is like, whoa, really? But you haven't expressed any sexual desire for me in so long. I thought you like didn't love me anymore. And Joe's like, no, I love you. Let's get it on. Because he's still like turned on from his interaction with Natalie. So Joe goes at it with Love. They start yoinking and boinking. And it's like real passionate, okay? Because he's like, he feels alive for the first time in ages. And then they're like going at it. And then, so the next day, we find out that Joe and Love, they struggle with making friends with people. Big surprise. But when you become a parent, it's only natural you make friends with other parents, okay? You're walking your baby, another parent with their baby will be like, oh, we both have a baby! And then you guys become friends, because parenthood, it bonds people, okay? So, they're struggling with making friends, but they meet a very popular mommy blogger, Sherry Conrad, okay? Sherry is a mommy blogger. What does that mean? She blogs all about motherhood. She blogs about, like, what her children did that day. She blogs about, like, best ways to teach your children this. She's a mommy influencer, okay? She's like, here's my baby formula that I'm being sponsored by. Get this with my code Sherry for 15% off this baby formula, okay? She's a mommy influencer. And Joe hates her because obviously Joe hates influencers, right? He hates these phony people. And then Love also doesn't like her. So Love jokes about wanting to stab her in the eyes. But you're like, oh, maybe she's not joking. Maybe Love isn't joking. So this is Sherry. She's the mommy blogger. Best way to use the chancla. She's trying to disrespect. Nah! And then, they go to a party at Sherry's place. Sherry invites them because they're new parents. And they talk smack amongst themselves about the other parents in the suburban area. Now, the suburb that they live in is Madra Linda. So they're like, oh, the other parents here, let's trash talk them. So they're like trash talking the other parents. And then, it's like, oh, Joe and Love are trash talking the parents, and then Sherry is like, you know what, I'll do you one better. So Sherry starts talking smack about Love's brother, 40, because 40, highly suspicious death, right? He died on very suspicious causes. So Sherry and the other moms start talking. They're like, I don't know about that girl's brother, 40, because again, Love and 40 are from a very influential, rich family, so of course his death was all over the news. And they're like, do you think he really killed those people? Do you think he, like, really got shot or something? Like, they're theorizing. And then Love, you know, she's not hearing this stuff, but it's like, oof. You're talking about this while she's in the same house? Anyways. So, Natalie arrives with Matthew, right? Her husband, Matthew. And they start chatting Love up. They're like talking to Love, and Love is like, oh, I think she's a potential friend. Like, Love starts liking Natalie a lot. Natalie's very nice to her. And Natalie's a real estate agent, so she's like talking business with Love. And she's talking about I have some open spaces. Maybe you can open a bakery, because Love really wants to open a bakery. And Moxie, yo, the real thunder. Sherry's so insufferably funny. Anyways, welcome, Moxie. I'm so shaken, me too. It's okay. Welcome to season 3. I'm only on episode 1. Finally you made it, let's go! Can't wait to get your commentary on this. Anyways, God, I can't wait to tell you what happens in season 4. But anyways, Love is like, oh, I think Natalie might be a good friend. Maybe I can finally make a friend, because Natalie, she's not like phony. She's a genuine person, she's very nice. She's well educated. And Love is like, maybe I can make my first friend, not knowing that Natalie like almost got Joe to cheat on her. But anyways, she's like, I can't wait to get my own bakery and like an open space. Yeah, Love was like, finally a girly friend. But little did she know, Love goes back home and she finds something, okay? Because she knows Joe. She knows Joe very well. She knows who he really is, and she understands him because they're both crazy. So Love is like, something's wrong, because Joe seems very out of it lately. And one thing she knows about Joe is that he has a pattern. He keeps a box, okay? He starts collecting things when he finds a new obsession. And she knows this, right? So she's looking for the box because she's suspecting that he has a new target. And she's like, I can't believe you. Like, I thought we were gonna start over as parents. And she's looking for this box, and she finds it. And inside of the box, a bunch of Natalie paraphernalia, okay? Stuff that belongs to Natalie, basically. And then Love is like, she's like going bonkers, and she's going crazy because she's like, I thought Natalie could be my friend, but my husband Joe is like cheating on me with her. So Love is like, and at this point you're like, oh no, because Love is also murderous, right? So you're like, what's she gonna do? So Love agrees to meet up with Natalie for the real estate space because she's gonna open a bakery, right? So Natalie's showing her around on the commercial property. She's like, oh, this space is for blah, 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 blah. And then Love is like, uh-huh. And then they go into the basement of the bakery. And Love walks up behind her, and you hear a sickening crunch, like a and you're like, whoa. And Natalie falls over. Love hacks her to death with an axe, which is, well, one way to stop the affair, I guess. So Natalie gets chopped, okay? Literally. Love takes a axe, and she's like, blam, 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 blam. And then Love is like distraught because she's like, I can't believe I had to do this. Like, Joe made me do this. Oh, I just wanted a new life with my family. I just wanted to be a mom. But no, he had to go keep a creepy stalker box and then stare at people from our lawn. So then Love is like distraught about that. She doesn't care about Natalie. She's like, oh, she's dead, whatever. She cares that like her life is ruined, you know? She's like, I didn't want to do this. Joe, why would you make me do this? And she doesn't care that she just like hacked someone to death. Anyways, so that's the end of episode 1. We already off to a great start. I like that type of character. I'm gonna say I usually don't like characters like that in that field, I guess, in anime. But Love, the acting, the whole like character arc later on and everything, because there's so much more to her. She's amazing. Genuinely might be one of my favorite characters in the show. So I'll keep going. Yeah, the hypocrites. You made me do this. So, fresh off of the murder of Natalie, okay, we're in couples therapy. They're sitting in couples therapy together. They start seeing a therapist. I think this is in the beginning, unless it's later. They do end up seeing like a couples therapist, and they like talk to each other about it. But man, so Joe is like super pissed, right? Because he's like, I wanted to boink Natalie. She was my new obsession. I loved her. Why would you do this? And Love was like, oh, I wouldn't have done it if you weren't a nasty, cheating, filthy, lying little beep, you know? And then Joe's like, I guess. Love is like, you're the reason she's dead. You think I wanted to kill her? And then Joe's like, yes, because you're psychotic. You know, they have like a couple fight because they're like, you're crazy. No, you're crazy, kind of thing, right? And then Joe's like, oh, this is my least favorite thing to do in the whole world. I hate disposing of bodies, even though he does it so much. He's like, I hate doing it because I'm a good person. So he's like, ugh. But then they dispose of Natalie's body together, you know, a bonding moment. I hate that motherfucking real. And they bury Natalie's body. It's like a very awkward moment. They're like moving her to the woods and everything, and then they like bury her basically. But apparently it reignited the spark, you know? Apparently murder is what gets them going. So they're like in love with each other again. They're like, wow, that was awesome. Like, because marriage is a partnership, and do you know what else is a partnership? Having to dispose of a body together, and then like being responsible for it together. So they're like kind of turned on. They're like in love with each other again. And they're like, oh my god, I think we'll be fine actually. Natalie aside, I think we're gonna be fine together. They got the spark back up, right? Now, enter a new character. Drum roll, please. So, Love goes to the supermarket to buy bakery supplies because she's opening her bakery. And on her way to the parking lot, she meets a college student, Theo. Okay, so she's moving her groceries to the car, and Theo's in the parking lot at the same time. Oh, I need to move my pointer. Also, I need to cross out Natalie because she's dead. Sorry, girl. Anyways, so Theo is in the parking lot, okay? And he sees Love carrying like all these supplies to her car, and he's like, damn, girl. He's like, ooh, ooh. He's like, damn. And then Love is like, what the hell? And she's like, hello? And Theo's like, you carrying all the stuff by yourself? You need some help, maybe? And Love is like, no. So she's like packing the stuff into her car, but Theo's like on the side. Oh, my OBS died. OBS did not like that. Is it back? OBS was like, I do not like the energy right now. OBS did not like MILF Hunter Theo. Anyways, I think we're back. So, Theo's like, you need help with those groceries? And Love's like, not really. And Theo's like really obviously trying to hit on her. And Love is like, like she's not really into it, but she's also kind of like enjoying it. Like it's flattering to her because like Joe like has no interest in her. Like Joe doesn't compliment her. Joe doesn't seem to be attracted to her. So Love has started feeling like really ugly, you know? She's like, my husband doesn't love me. Like I'm just not attractive. So here comes this young guy, right, hitting on her. And Love is like a little bit flattered. She's like feeling a bit confident. And then meanwhile, Theo's like really putting it on heavy, okay? He's like, what's your name? He's like, damn, girl. He's like really heavy with the flirting. And then Love is like, I'm married, by the way. And Theo's like, okay. He doesn't care. He's like, okay. He's like, anyways. Damn, girl. He's still hitting on her. And then Love is like, yeah, he's trying so hard to slide into those DMs. He's like, oh, you girl, you so sexy. And then, Love is like, oh, what the hell? And then we find out that he's Matthew's stepson, okay? He's Natalie's son. And Love is like, oh, anyways. So, that's awkward. Girl, you're so sexy. And Theo is so real. He's so real. And then, at the same time that this is happening, at the same time that Theo is getting his, like, riz up, Joe is at a bookstore. Because obviously he's at a bookstore, right? And, he's working there, I think? Or no, he's not working there yet. He just goes there. And he sees this girl named Marianne, okay? Marianne's this beauty right here. Marianne's working as a part-time librarian. No, she's working as a librarian, but she's part-time illustrator, so she also draws. And Joe's like, girl, you are gorgeous, right? He's like, you're beautiful and you like books. You know, we know the pattern, right? So he starts having all this, like, little monologue again in his head, like he did about, like, everyone else. So he's, like, having this monologue about Marianne. He's making up all these things about her again, like, idealizing her, stuff like that. And then he's like, damn, girl. He moves on super fast, by the way. He's like, Marianne has better taste in books than Natalie did. So he's, like, already over Natalie. And he's like, oh, Marianne. Yeah, victim number 2. So these are their 2 new, like, little neighborhood crushes, Theo and Marianne. Now, Theo's relationship with Love, obviously very problematic because of the age gap, but I'm not gonna blame it on Theo, okay? Because Theo's not the more mature person in this situation. I think this was around the time I dropped it. Well, welcome, Ryujin. I'll tell you how the rest of it goes. How do you obsess over a woman and then move on so fast, real? So, they're new crushes, which means everything should be fine, right? Because they can both handle jealousy very well, yeah? So, Jill and Love try to be, like, good neighbors, and not a true yandere. Jill and Love try to be good neighbors, so they show up at Sherry and Carrie, their child's birthday party. And it's like a nightmare, right? But then, it's not a total waste of time, because they learn some things, okay? They learn from Carrie, this guy, that everyone in the neighborhood wears bio-tracking rings, okay? Everyone in this suburban area wears bio-tracking rings. And which means all their locations are tracked. Which means Natalie also had a ring. Which means the ring is still on Natalie's decomposing finger that they buried in the woods. Which means that it's only a matter of time until Matthew, her husband, is like, wait a second, right? So, Love and Joe immediately are like, they're like freaking out. And then, so they make another expedition, right? They go together to the woods again. They make another expedition, another bonding time. So they go back into the woods, they exhume her. They can't get the ring off because of, like, rigor mortis, I think. So they have to, like, snap her finger and then get the ring. And then they rebury her again, but this time at a construction site. And this, like, very unpleasant task brings their spark back again, you know? Their feelings are once again surfacing. And they're like, we're closer now. That was awesome. That was like our couple therapy, you know? And They're like in love again. The therapy is working. Like everything's going swell, and they're motivated to like get back to their roots. You know, Love opens up her bakery. It's called A Fresh Tart, and they make sure that Joe has his own thing too. Now, when they get their own thing, Love, she gets a bakery, right? Can anyone guess what Joe got in this deal? Love opens up a bakery, and together, they build a plexiglass cage in the bakery's basement together. And the cage is for Joe. Because they're like, Love is like, oh, I know you love this. And then they're like, what if we need to, not that we want to, but what if we need to, right? We need a place to hold someone. So they build a cage. And the whole time they're building a cage, they're like making lovey-dovey eyes at each other. They're like so in love. Like, oh, this is wonderful, This is their couples therapy. And then, next episode. So, the neighbors of Madre Linda, the suburban area, they're super gossipy, right? They're those like gossipy neighbors, super phony, only friends with you on the surface. So they're having a field day with Natalie disappearing, which already turned up into large news because Matthew is a big tech mogul, right? So he's pretty famous and his wife is missing. So the news is like running wild with it. And all the neighbors are talking about it. They're like, it's always the husband, so everyone is blaming Matthew. They think it's Matthew. They're pinning it on Matthew, all the neighbors are. And they call it like they have this whole discussion where they're like, oh, this is such a great like missing white woman scandal, like missing white woman syndrome. They're saying because like this white lady's missing, and then it's like nationwide news or something. So they're like, oh, another white woman moment or something. It's like, oh my god. And then anyways, they all think it's Matthew, which is very convenient for Joe and Love because they're like, good, nobody will ever suspect us. But it was clear that they were like two of the last people to see Natalie alive, so that's gonna come into play later. But like people know they saw her before, but they think it's Matthew, okay? So they are paranoid. They're spiraling. They're super paranoid. Joe, he's like looking out the window every 5 minutes. Love thinks like everyone is looking at them. They're super paranoid. They don't even feel safe in their own house. They feel like any second they're gonna be found out. And then, hi Lance, welcome. And sorry I'm late, Professor. No worries, you can always watch the lecture after it is uploaded onto Canvas. What are you up to, Lance? But yes, welcome. We are on episode 3. Thanks for the hydrate, Zeph. Hello. Ow. Hello. Oh, I needed that. What are you up to too? Where was I? Oh yeah, so they're both super paranoid because they're like, oh, anyone will find out that we killed Natalie, right? I'm so captivated. Episode 1, no, not episode 1. Season 1 was the craziest, but I do like talking about this season because it's so messy. Dinner made carrot cake. Oh, carrot cake pog. I love carrot cake. Oh, look at that. The class is getting along. So they're super paranoid. And what's even worse, their baby has measles. So Henry is having measles and they're like spiraling. And they also are super paranoid. So Joe and Love have to call every single parent in Madre Linda to tell them that their kids might have measles too. Because they're like, hey, our baby got measles. And if he came into contact with us, perhaps at like a party or something, then that probably means your kid also has measles. So all the other parents in Madre Linda are pissed. They're like, what do you mean you gave my child measles? Right, they're like super pissed. So that stresses Love and Joe out even more. And they are the two people you do not want to stress out, right? Who knows what they're gonna do? Their couples therapy is like killing people together. Anyways. They're trying so hard to be normal. Yeah, they are. And during the chaos, okay, Joe and Love decide together. They're like, you know what? To get rid of this paranoia, we are just gonna frame Matthew. Everyone already thinks he did it. All we have to do is plant evidence, and then, he'll get caught. He'll be framed for what we did. So, they come up with a plan, okay? Love is like, here, we have Natalie's scarf. Because Joe still kept, like, Natalie's stuff. Because he's, So they're like, here, you have Natalie's bloody scarf. All you have to do is plant the scarf in the house, okay? Plant it on Matthew's lawn or something, like in his house, and then frame him for the whole murder. But Joe also got measles. He got it from his baby, so now Joe has measles too, which is really bad, because one of the symptoms is hallucinations. So Joe starts hallucinating while he's trying to get the scarf over to Matthew's house. He's like, he's hallucinating and everything. And then he enters the lawn and passes out. And then, I thought you don't get it if you got it once. He probably wasn't, vaxxed when he was younger then, right? Because he doesn't have parents and then the bookstore guy raised him? I don't know. I don't care enough about Joe to remember his lore. Anyways. So Joe passes out on the lawn. And then he wakes up. And Matthew's over him. He's on the couch and Matthew's like peering over him, right? And Joe's like, holy shit. But this becomes the first neighborly kindness that he's ever experienced. Matthew found him passed out on the lawn, and Matthew moved him inside the house onto his sofa, and he's taking care of Joe. He's taking care of Joe's measles, and he's looking after him. And, Matthew basically scoops him up like a sick child. So, and he starts getting vulnerable. He's like, I'm having trouble stepfathering Theo, okay, our boy Theo. He's like, especially since his mom's gone and I'm not his actual dad. I'm having trouble being a stepdad to him. And he's being vulnerable about it. They're like opening up to each other. And, Joe's like, could it be that Matthew is a really nice guy? He's like, oh no, Matthew's a nice person. He's like nursing me back to health and he's concerned about his stepson. Oh no. So Joe, his sporadic good sense of conscience like kicks in and he's like, oh no. Oh, I can't frame Matthew. So instead of framing him, he gives Matthew some advice, okay? He's like, you need to get rid of everyone's suspicions on you. Like, you can't have everyone suspecting you because you're a nice guy. You didn't do this. And he's like, I did. No, he didn't say that. He's like, you can't. I'm a nice guy too. We have so much in common. Yeah, literally. That's what he's thinking. So then he's like, listen, you gotta give like a speech or something, Give a heartwarming speech. Speak from the heart. Say what you feel. So at a vigil for Natalie that the town holds, Matthew gives a speech that's like so heartfelt. Everyone is like, oh, they feel bad for him, right? He wins the public sympathy. So everyone's being nicer to him now. They're no longer like, well, they still suspect him, but they're no longer like, hey, you killed your wife, And then, unfortunately, Love is also getting a little bit feverish, okay? Love is also starting to develop a fever. But instead of measles, it's because she's like under so much stress. She has this baby that both of them like don't like taking care of. And her parents are about to divorce. So she's like, ooh. And if her parents divorce, then like, because she's a rich kid, like trust fund baby, then, her money might dwindle. Like, they might stop funding her. So then, He's just like, and then while Love is like under this much stress and like about to have a fever, somebody shows up to her door. Somebody named Gil. This dorky neighbor they have, okay? He shows up to the bakery and he's like, buying some stuff. And then, why couldn't my college professor use a clear pointer like you do? Don't worry, Lance, I got you. And then, he's like buying stuff and they're chatting. And then Love is under so much stress, but she's still trying to be a good bakery owner, right? She's like recommending items, desserts. And then Gil drops out of nowhere. He's like, actually, I'm so sorry. You know, I heard about your kid. And honestly, I think it was because my kid. Love is like, what? And Gil's like, yeah, unfortunately, I don't believe in vaccinating. He's like, I don't believe in vaccinating. So all my kids are unvaccinated and they got measles. And I think that gave Henry measles. He's like confessing all of this. And to say all of that to Love while she's like under so much stress, she's about to snap. She is like, you, what? You, what? And then she's like going crazy because she's like, you're ruining my life right now. And also she's like, she's like, you don't vaccinate your kids. And then, she's had it, okay? So she takes something and then bam, 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 clubs him over the head. And he passes out. Hits the floor. A Chris Pratt clip. And then, and then she drags him to the basement. Whoa! So, episode 4. Gil. Oh yeah, the funniest part was Love being like, wait, so you're anti-vax? And Gil's like, no, I'm not anti, I'm just skeptical and I'd rather not have my kids, but like, blah, blah, blah. He like goes on this whole like rant before she clubs him. Anyways, so Gil wakes up and he's the latest prisoner in the plexiglass cage. He's like, what's going on? He's like, Joe? Love? Because Joe and Love are like such normal neighbors to everyone, right? He's like, what the hell? He's like, what's happening? Why am I here? And then, they're both like, sorry, Gil. It's nothing personal, but we can't let you go. And Joe is also kind of pissed because Joe's like, you gave Henry measles and you gave me measles. You gave me measles. And he's like mad. And he's like, you stupid idiot fool. So Joe like keeps calling him stupid. He's like, oh, you freaking idiot. And then they're like, sorry, Gil. Nothing personal, but we can't let you go because you're gonna go to the police. And then Gil's like, oh. And then Joe's like, you know what? I don't want to kill you though, so we can let you go, alright? But I had to find blackmail on you. Like, you had to tell me your darkest, deepest secret. So we have mutually assured destruction, okay? So, to make sure you stay quiet, because if you get out and you tell someone, I can ruin your life. Like, I'll have this leverage over you. So, Joe starts doing his, like, very clever internet stalking expertise thing, and he tries to find blackmail. But it turns out, aside from being an anti-vaxxer, Gil is squeaky clean. He's a good guy. Aside from the little vaccination incident, he's like, Gil has never done anything wrong. He has nothing on him. No, like, records, nothing, no scandals. Gil is squeaky clean. So Joe's like, fuck! Because he can't find anything to blackmail Gil with, right? And Love is like, don't worry, I got this. So Love calls on the Quinn family private investigator because she's like rich. And she's like, hey, I need you to do a deep dive. They're like, okay. And they find it. They find something dark and secret that Gil has, okay? They find out that Gil's son, Alan, in college, he R-worded a girl. And they're like, oh, this is bad. So they're like, this is definitely blackmail material. So they go to Gil. And they're like, Gil, we have blackmail on you. We can let you go, but if you tell anyone, we're gonna tell the whole world. We're gonna tell everyone in the neighborhood. And Gil is like, what? What blackmail? Because Gil's like, what could you possibly have on me? And Joe is like, we know what your son did. He assaulted this girl in college, blah blah blah, right? And it got covered up. So they tell him what the blackmail is. And Gil is absolutely shocked. Because Gil did not know this. So basically, Gil had no idea this happened. So Gil's like, what? My son? My son did this? And they're like, yeah. And Gil's like, oh my god. And then they make a mistake because Gil is so shocked and distraught upon learning what his son has done that he commits suicide in the cage. He kills himself because he can't live with it anymore. And he's like, what am I supposed to do when I get out of here anyways? Like, am I gonna get out of here and my son did this? Like, he couldn't live with the guilt anymore. So he kills himself. And Love and Joe are like, they're like, we did not mean for that to happen. They're like, okay. They're like, okay, this one's not on us, even though it is. They're like, this one's not our fault. So, they're like, ugh! And then Joe is like completely shocked, and then Love like immediately switches to damage control mode. She's like, okay, we're gonna fix this. I got this, right? And meanwhile, Sherry, okay, and a little mommy blogger here, Sherry, she spearheads a neighborhood search party for Natalie because of course she has to be the one spearheading it, right? She wants the clout. She's like, I'm gonna lead the search party. And then she creates this hashtag called Natalie Come Home. And she's like urging everyone to use the hashtag. And so she's like, everyone, we can do it together. And she's like pretending she was super close to Natalie. She's like, oh, I miss her so much. She's like, hashtag Natalie Come Home. She's like shaking her fist. And Love hears about this from Theo, who, you know, he's still hitting on her hard. Theo's at the bakery. Theo's like, hey girl, I heard you, like, you told me to come by your bakery. Here I am. And Love is like, Love is like kind of enjoying the attention, but like, Theo's laying it on thick. Theo's like, girl, he's like, you so sexy, damn. He's like, why don't you and I, get a little physical, if you know what I mean. He's like trying to hit on her. And Love is like, I don't know. But through their conversation, Love finds out that Sherry is like holding this neighborhood search party, right? So Love is like, okay. She sees an opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. And she's like, I can put Gil's fingerprints type moment. Love is like, I can put Gil's fingerprints all over the axe that killed Natalie. And I can plant it for the search party to find. Right? And Joe's job, on the other hand, he's done this a few times before, so he kind of knows how to do it. He starts forging a suicide note for Gil that implicates him in Natalie's murder. So the whole scheme goes off without a hitch. They move Gil's body into his house and then hang him from like the ceiling or something, so that it looks like he hung himself in his own home. They plant the letter, everything, and it seems to work out. You know, they call off the search party. They're not searching for Natalie anymore. They're like, okay, she's like dead. She's dead. You know, they're like, we don't need to look for her. Like, no more hashtag Natalie come home, right? So, it works. And then 6 months later, it's been 6 months, Joe's spending more and more time with Marianne at the bookstore. Marianne over here. He's spending more time with her at the bookstore. And he's refurbishing the old books and everything. And, he makes money from refurbishing old books, okay? And he puts that money towards supporting Ellie. Now, if you remember Ellie from season 2, Joe kind of like took on this caretaker role for Ellie, became friends with her, but then ultimately Ellie's older sister, Delilah, dead because of Joe. Okay, Delilah's dead. Ellie has no one else. And Joe calls CPS on Ellie, and he's like, you need to get out of LA. So he's like, Ellie, you gotta get out of here. So now this poor, like, 16-year-old girl is on the run by herself. She has no home, she has no sister, okay, no family. But, hey, Joe's a good guy, so he's still sending her money. Because he's a great guy, right, guys? Anyways, so Ellie's on the run, and he's, like, sending some money to her. But Joe's getting restless, okay? It's been 6 months. They're cleared of the murder, but Joe's getting restless. He's like, he's twitching, okay? He's missing the itch. And he's starting to, he's like, I don't know, I'm not satisfied with my life. So the next episode, they're, Joe and Love, they're like really great at pretending to be, the suburban couple, but they're like super bored also. They're like, ugh. They go to, this man thinks he's Kazuma. He did prevent her from getting R-worded, but also his wife killed her sister, kind of a balance. Oh yeah, the drugging situation, yeah. So he did help Ellie, like he definitely did. But at the same time, like completely ruined her life. Man. So yeah, after the counseling session, because they are going to couples therapy, the therapist is like, you know what I've noticed? I think the problem is Joe. Because Joe has no friends. They're like, the reason why you guys are bored is because Joe is friendless. So, they're like, okay, maybe we should fix that, right? And then, what was it? And then, so there's like, oh, okay, so, anyways, we gotta get you friends. And then there's another problem, okay? Joe is looking at their bank statements. He's looking at, like, the money and stuff, and he's like, why does Love keep paying for Uber? Joe's like, we don't use Uber. Like, why does she keep paying for Uber? And then, the Uber ride is, like, always the same price. So he's like, what? And then he confronts Love about it. He's like, oh, what is this? Are you cheating on me? And then Love admits it, okay? She's like, okay, yeah, I met this guy. Theo. Yeah, he's a college student. Yes, our age gap is weird. But, I don't know. I feel bad for him, okay? And I pay for his Uber rides from college, like to and from college. She's like, I feel bad, alright? His mom's dead. And, he doesn't like his stepdad. And Joe's like, what the hell? And Joe's like, what? And then he's like, that's all you did? Nothing else? And Love is like, okay, fine. We took it too far, okay? We kissed one time. Yeah, he's about to get orphaned. And then Joe is like, you what? And then, basically, at the bakery, because Theo always visits Love at the bakery, because he's like stepping up his game. He's like, I gotta get this MILF. So Theo goes to the bakery and he buys a cupcake. He's like, ooh. He's like, you're such an amazing baker, Love. Like, you're so talented. And then he's like taking this buttercream cupcake or something that she recommends. And he's like eating it seductively. Like, like licking the cream. Like, and Love is like, oh. They end up kissing at the bakery. Bruh. They end up kissing at the bakery, right? And then, that's what she admits to Joe. She's like, I'm sorry, we kissed one time, okay? I know it was a mistake. And Mono, we're back at it. And then, Love's like, I'm sorry things went too far. And then Joe goes crazy. He flies into this huge jealous rage, which like makes no sense because he doesn't love her at all and he's also cheating on her. So Joe is like super mad. He's so jealous. But I don't think it's because he like loves her. I think he's jealous because like he feels like he got one-upped, right? Yeah, he did way more insane shit while cheating on her. I think it's because he feels like the loss of control or like power. He's like, oh, like my life is because he's like, only I can do this, right? So he gets really, really mad. He flies into this jealous rage, and he's like, wait. He's like messing around in the house. You hear him like yelling, and Theo, who's their neighbor, lives next door. He hears it. He hears like this commotion in the next door. He's like, whoa, what the hell? He hears like stuff being thrown around and stuff. He's like, what the? I'm pretty sure he like suspects it has to do with him. Theo's not that stupid. So, to fix Joe's problem, the no friends problem, and also like the jealousy problem, he takes a break from home life and he steps out of his comfort zone, okay? Carrie, over here, we're finally gonna talk about him more. Carrie is one of those like Fight Club wannabe maniac bros, like super high on testosterone. He's like he's all about manhood. He's all about the men, right? He's like, oh, we gotta get our masculinity back. He's one of those. And he's also like a complete caveman. So he has this like bro trip that he takes all the bros on in the neighborhood. They hunt and hike for a weekend, and then he invites Joe, and at first Joe doesn't want to go because that's totally not his thing, right? But then Joe's like, you know what? Maybe it'll be good for a chance. I'll make some new friends. Maybe that'll solve our problem, stuff like that. So Joe agrees to go, and Carrie's like, hell yeah, man! He's like complete caveman. And then they're at the woods, and it's like actually insane. They like sit in a circle and they like scream, they like yell, they're they like go hunting and like hiking together. And Joe like hates hunting, but he's like following them. And Carrie's smacking his pecs. Carrie's like, ow! Wait, like Carrie's like smacking his pecs. He's like, it's like completely testosterone. And Carrie's like, we sleep in the tents. Joe's like, wait, where do we pee? And Carrie's like, on the trees, like real men. Like he's one of those men's locker room, for real. He's like, we have to connect with a fellow bros. And he's like, we got some bro time, okay? Only the men. He's like, only the men. And then Joe's like, okay. Joe's like, this is kind of gay, but okay. And then Carrie's like taking off his shirt. He's like, we gotta get naked. He's like, what's better than getting naked and bonding with your brothers? And he's like taking off all his clothes. And Joe's like, I would rather not. And Carrie's like, come on, man. So Joe also takes off his clothes. And then it's like, and Joe's like, you know what? Maybe I should. So Joe tries to do it, tries to like follow with them. And then Carrie starts like pulling Joe into a fight. He's like, come on, let's fight. And they're like all shirtless and like, let's fight it out like men. Let's just punch each other around a bit, sustain some brain damage, you know? We gotta retain our manhood. We gotta get it back because we're all domesticated dads, you know? And then, it's back, I think. That is so weird that it like works perfectly. It worked perfectly the previous 2 days, and then now it's like, bleh. You know how it is. Anyways, is it back? Can you guys hear me? Oh my god, I hiccuped. Was that a hiccup? Or a burp? Who knows? It's back? Alright. Where were we? Right, so Carrie's like, let's fight it out. And Joe's like, I don't want to. But then Carrie's like pushing him and stuff. Like, he's like, come on, Joe, you pussy. Come on, Joe, come on. He's like pushing her, he's like, pussy. And Joe's like, stop. Joe's like, stop it. What the? But then Joe gets like really frustrated, right? So Joe shoves Carrie really hard. And unfortunately, they're on a cliff. So Carrie goes, he's like tumbling, okay? He tumbles, and then he hits his head, and Joe's like, Joe's like, no! I'm like, no! This cannot be happening! I killed Carrie! But Carrie wakes up. Carrie wakes up and he's like, he wakes up and he sees Joe. And he's like, oh my god, Joe, you're amazing! Joe's like, what? Carrie's like, you almost killed me! That was awesome! You're such a man! And Joe's like, huh? And Carrie's like, you're the man, Joe! Whoa! And Carrie's like, pull it in, brother. You're one of us now. He's like hugging Joe and everything while they're both naked. He's like, you did it! You did it, Joe! You're a true man! Thanks, Dream Elements. And then, Joe's like, okay. They have a touching, testosterone-fueled bonding moment. And then Joe experiences a psychological breakthrough. He's like, wow. So it looks like these, man trips really do help, Joe's like, I am enlightened. And Toto, Jujutsu Kaisen, yeah, that's literally him. And then back in civilization, okay, away from the manly woods. Love, she's up on her own stuff, okay? So, Theo calls her up, He got arrested for drunk driving. On a scooter, by the way, not a car. So he gets arrested for drunk driving. And, they start talking, right? And then Theo's hitting on her again. He's like being vulnerable. He's like talking about himself. He's like, I don't know. I don't like my dad. My mom is gone. Like, it's just so hard. And he's like opening up. And Love is like, oh man. First of all, Love killed his mom, so awkward. But she's not thinking about that, okay? Because she doesn't think about that. So she's like, oh, Theo. She's like, you really have to stop getting yourself into trouble like this. You're like self-sabotaging yourself, right? Like Theo's like drinking. He's like doing dangerous things because he's such a sad guy. So Love is like, I really care about you, you have to stop doing all this stuff. And also like, I can't see you anymore, blah, blah, blah. And then Theo's like, is your husband violent? I heard you guys fight like a few days ago. And Love is like, oh, it's nothing like that. He just got a bit mad. So they're like talking and like bonding, right? And then Theo's like cranking it up. He's like, ooh. He's like staring at her lips and everything. He's like doing the little glancing, the little glance to the eyes, glance to the mouth, the little rizzing up of a mother. Theo's on milk hunting, and he's like, girl, you are so beautiful and gorgeous. And basically, she's like, oh, I don't feel like he loves me anymore. And Theo's like, but why? You're so hot. You're like sexy. You're such a amazing woman. And he's like showering her and all these compliments, and she feels good about it because Joe makes her feel like awful. Joe makes her feel like so unattractive. But here's Theo being like, you're a strong, powerful, wonderful woman. You're so beautiful, blah, blah, blah. And Love is like, ooh, it's working on her, right? And then, they kiss. They're like, mwah, 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 mwah. They start making out. And Theo's like, hell yeah. Yeah, Theo knows how to rip. So they start making out, and they're like kissing and stuff. And then they end up doing it. They do. They end up doing it outdoors. Outdoors on the grass. They're going at it. And Theo's like, hell yeah. He's like, I did it, finally. From the parking lot to here, he really did it, folks. He really did it. He got his catch. And then his achievement all started from the parking lot being like, hey girl. But yeah, they do it. And Love is like, oh my god, that was amazing. It's like super passionate. And then I think her mom finds out what she's doing. So her mom is like, Love, you have to stop this. And you have to cut off this affair, okay? Because you have to be a happy married couple. You have to be normal. And Love is like, heck yeah, you're right. And then Joe comes back, okay? Joe comes back. He's a new man. He's back in touch with his true desires. Now, when I say that Joe had a psychological breakthrough, it's not that he was like, oh, I know now. I know how to be manly. No. He comes back and he's like, I gotta get back to doing my old stuff. Stalking people, obsessing over this, like, a girl, like, doing all this stuff. This is what I'm meant to do. This is my true desires. I have to get back in touch with myself. That's what he got from the trip, okay? So he's like, alright, I'm going out. So he goes stalking and he stalks Marianne, okay? Goes back to the basics, next episode. He's learning everything he can about Marianne, okay? Following her, breaking into her home. Oh, it's been so long since he's hidden under somebody's bed, you know? He's like, oh, this is wonderful. He discovers that Marianne is a recovering addict. And she was out of rehab. She's recovered, or recovering. And he also learns that she's locked in this very nasty custody battle with her ex-husband, Ryan. And Joe tries to intervene one day when Marianne and Ryan get into a fight at the library, okay? But then Ryan leaves and afterwards Marianne is like, I did not appreciate that. And Joe's like, what do you mean? I saved you. And Marianne's like, no, I don't need some white knight to save me. This is my own personal business. You have nothing to do with it. You don't need to come up and like try to stand up for me. And Joe's like, what? Because he's so used to being like a white knight. And then the sprinklers in like the library malfunction. And then it's like soaking the books. So they try to save the books together. They're like salvaging them. And then Marianne apologizes. She's like, you know what? I'm sorry. I know you meant well. And I'm sorry I snapped at you. I know you were just trying to help me. And then they bond over literature. They're talking about books and stuff. It's just like Joe's biggest turn on. He's like, hey, besides murder and vulnerability, right? So then Marianne starts sharing about her life. Which, bing, 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 vulnerability. He starts sucking up that emotional story because he's like an emotional vampire, right? He's like, delicious, vulnerable feelings. So she's sharing her life story, and Joe's like, yes, yes, yes. And so yeah. And now you're like worried because you're like, oh, Joe wants to kill Ryan probably. And also, if Love finds out that like they're Marianne and Joe are a thing, she might kill Marianne. So now you're like, oh no, right? So Love is having a crisis because she thinks she's pregnant. She has a pregnancy scare. And she's like, oh my god, it might be Theo's. But it's a false alarm. So she's like, oh, thank god. But while she was having a breakdown, okay, she's spiraling. She starts texting these super long rants, like paragraphs, essays. It's like huge, long, like wall text of rants to 40, who's dead. Okay, so she's texting 40. And it's really sad. She's like keeps texting him and like confessing to things and like telling him how she feels. She's like, I'm so sad and miserable. She keeps texting 40 and she's like, I miss you so much. She can't move on from him. She can't let him go. So she keeps texting 40. And 40, like, she starts hallucinating. 40, like, visits her and stuff. And he's, like, giving her advice. He's, like, talking with her. They're, like, sitting together talking. And she's giving him advice. He's giving her advice. And he's like, you know what? You can do this, Love. And then he, like, convinces her to recommit to her life with Joe and everything. Like, get her stuff together. So Love, she's like, alright, I'm done. So she's gonna break things off with Theo, right? Before she can though, Theo drops a huge bombshell on her, okay? They're like talking and then Theo reveals something before Love can break up with him. Theo's like, hey, my dad, I found out he's been doing something insane and it's pissing me off. And Love is like, what's he doing? And Theo's like, he's been spying on everyone around town because he's still investigating Natalie's murder. He doesn't believe that like it was Gil. He thinks it's suspicious, so he's doing his own investigation. And he has these cameras all around town because he's like the like superior figure, you know. And he's like, I found his computer. He's just like secretly spying on everyone. And Love is like, oh, that's bad for us, right? So Love tells this to Joe. She's like, oh, I found out from Theo that Matthew is spying on all of us. And Joe's like, what? And Love is like, I have an idea though. I suggest that I do not break it off with Theo. I suggest that I keep going to Theo, you know? Keep him close so that I can also keep an eye on Matthew and see what's going on. And Joe is like, okay. Joe agrees right away because he's like, good, this will distract Love and then I can focus on pursuing my love, Marianne. He's like, perfect, because all he cares about is stalking Marianne, you know? His little love story, that's all he cares about. So he's like, okay, you keep an eye on Theo and his dad. And me, I'm gonna do my thing, you know? Next episode. So Love keeps flirting with Theo, but she's telling herself, she's like, it's only to keep tabs on Matthew, but like, no, it's not. So, Love keeps asking about Matthew and the cameras to Theo. She's like asking him all these questions, and Theo's starting to get suspicious. He's like, why are you so interested? Like, why are you so interested in this whole thing? It's all you ask about, you keep asking about it. Whenever we meet up, like, you talk about it. So, he's like, I don't know, it feels kind of weird. So Love gives this whole explanation where she's like, hey, listen. My family, we're like super rich, and we've been in the public eye ever since 40 killed those people and then he died, right? So she's like, I have the right to be paranoid. And I'm worried because this is traumatizing to me that like everybody kept an eye on us because of 40. It's traumatizing. That's why I want to know more about what your dad is doing. And Theo's like, yeah, that makes sense. So he accepts the explanation. Stuff like that. So Marianne, on the other hand, she's not flirting back with Joe. She's not into it, okay? She's not flirting back. And Joe's like, why? And she's pretending like they never kissed and anything. And Joe is like, okay, fine, I'll give you space. But he can't. He can't give her space because it's affecting his everyday life, you know? Love tries to have sex with him. Love is like, let's start yoinking, Joe. And then Joe's like, no, I can't. Why can't he do it? It's a very, very awful reason. He can't yoink because he's out of juice. He's out of energy from yoinking himself to photos of Marianne. So he's like, sorry, Love, I can't yoink today. Love is like, oh, okay. And then you find out why he can't, and you're like, ugh. You're like, ugh. Anyways, so Joe is like, alright, I've decided. I'm gonna fix Marianne's problem with her ex, Ryan. And it's like, literally, no one told you to do that, but go off, I guess. And he's like, I'm gonna fix this problem. So he comes up with this like truly diabolical plan where he's like, I'm going to make Ryan relapse. So he's going to drug Ryan up and make him relapse. So he texts Carrie. Okay, he's like, hey Carrie, do you know where I can get some Adderall? And Carrie, who's Carrie, is like, yeah. So Carrie hooks Joe up with like this teenager that deals Adderall. And then Joe buys Adderall. I got you, bro. Yeah. And then Joe buys Adderall, and then he sneaks into Ryan's house and laces his shakes with Adderall and OxyContin to trigger his cravings, which will hopefully lead him back to rock bottom. That's his thought process. But Ryan drinks the shake and he's completely fine. Nothing's happening. And Joe's like, what the hell? And it turns out Ryan, never recovered. He never stopped using drugs. So the little bit of Adderall in his shakes didn't affect him at all because he's already taking it. And Joe's like, ah! And then Ryan finds out that Joe has been following him. Because he's just so good at that, right? He's so good. So then Love and Joe's worlds collide. Joe didn't want Love to find out about Marianne, but Sherry, there's a library fundraiser that Sherry is holding, okay? Sherry over here. And she hires Love as their little, what's it called? Catering service? Yeah. So Sherry hires Love to cater for the library fundraiser, which means, Joe's gonna be there with Marianne. And, Ryan saw through the baseball cap. He's Batman. Yeah. So they meet, and Marianne plays it off perfectly. She's like, hi, nice to meet you. It's like Love, they're chatting, they're very chill with each other. But Love is feeling very insecure. Love is very insecure because, Joe doesn't want to yoink her. He stopped wanting to yoink her. He doesn't want to yoink her. And Love is like, what's wrong with me? Is it a me problem? But Theo is so into me. So am I just not attractive to Joe? I don't understand. So she's thinking all these things, right? And then Sherry approaches her. And she's talking to Sherry about it. And Sherry's like, do you know what you need? You two need to spice up the bedroom, okay? And Sherry's like, I have a proposal. And Love is like, what is it? And Sherry is like, you should join me and Carrie, the three of us. We should get it on, we should swing together. And then Love is like, I don't know. And, but they're interrupted because Love's mom was delirious because the divorce settlement didn't go well. So then her mom kidnaps her baby Henry because, again, her mom sees Henry as kind of like a 40 replacement. So her mom kidnaps Henry and she's like, I'm gonna go burn down your dad's vineyard. And then Love is like, no. So they handle that situation, and Joe ends up getting her mom, Love's mom, Dottie, off to rehab. And then while Joe is escorting, least insane rich person real, while Joe is escorting Dottie to rehab, Dottie opens up to him, and she's like, you know what, Joe? I'm a little bit worried about you. And Joe's like, why? And Love's mom goes, because I feel like Love's husband didn't die from cancer. I think she killed him. And this is the first time you're like, wait, what? Because in season 2, that Love and her husband were together and then he died from cancer. And he did have cancer, so it's like, oh, of course he did. That makes sense, right? But then Dottie is telling Joe, I think Love killed him. That's what I've been suspecting. And Joe's like, whoa, wait a second. But Joe believes her, right? Because Joe's like, of course she did. Joe's like, I know, Love. That sounds believable. So, she's Love, who's right now is traumatized by her parents divorcing. She tells Joe, she's like, I talked to Sherry and Carrie, and they suggested we swing together and maybe have an open marriage, because Carrie and Sherry have kind of an open marriage, where they'll sleep with other people together, but like they still love each other a lot. And they're saying like that's what keeps their relationship like so, like sparky. I don't know. So Love is like, they suggested we do the same thing. And she's kind of hesitant on it. She doesn't really want to do it, but Joe right away is like, yes, yes, yes. Just like, yes. He's like, I want an open marriage too, so I can stalk Marianne. So Joe's like, okay. And Love is like, wait, what? Like, you're okay with it? Like, you want to do it? Joe's like, yeah, I'd love to. But then he like tries not to be too enthusiastic. So he's like, of course, you know, I don't really want to, but if it will help us, then, you know, I'm open to it. And Love is like, okay, I guess. So they decide to have the open marriage thing. You know, maybe it might work out for them. Okay, next episode. Even though Joe like abandoned their marriage so long ago, he still like plays along. Because his thought process is, if we open our marriage and we swing and yoink with Carrie and Sherry, it might destroy our marriage for good, and then I can get out of this marriage like scot-free. That's his thought process. Nasty! So he's like, okay, let's do it. So Sherry and Carrie, it turns out they're very experienced. They're super experienced. They make Joe and Love sign a swingers NDA. Okay, like you can't talk about what we do here. You can't do this, you can't do that. So they make them sign an NDA and they're like, whoa, this is official business. Like Carrie and Sherry are like really, swingers like, yeah, they're really like experienced, right? So Joe's like, this sucks, cause he's like, and the for sex is crazy real. Hold on, let me blow my nose. You guys get a break for a few seconds. Anyways. OBS died for a second? No way! Oh, okay, I'm drinking some water. Okay. So Joe is like, he doesn't want to do this, okay? First of all, he thinks Sherry is ugly. He's not attracted to Sherry. He's like, zero sexual attraction to Sherry. Sherry is annoying. I don't find her attractive at all. And even worse, Carrie is gonna be there. Carrie and I will both be naked and we'll both be yoinking. And he's not in. Is it back? It's back, it's back, it's back. It's back. It's under the hormones again. Anyways, continuing. If you can see this, say something so I know. Oh, hiccup. Oh, anyways. It's back? Okay. Yoink something. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Back to the yoinking. The 4-way yoink. So, Joe's like, oh, I'm not into these two at all, okay? I want to do this. But, he's like, maybe this will ruin my marriage. And that's what I'm looking for. So, Joe's like, okay, he's about to get it on. But then, Marianne texts Joe. And Marianne's like, Joe, I need you to be a character witness in my custody battle. And then, she's like, please, because Ryan leaked all my nude photos to, like, everyone we know. And Joe's like, whoa, what? Right? So, her ex leaks all her nude photos. And she's like, I need at least, like, someone on my side. Can you be my character witness at the trial? And Joe's like, oh, I have to be there for you, but I can't because I'm stuck at this stupid swinging party. Really? Can I see? He's like, oh, I'm stuck at his stupid swinging party and I can't get out. So basically his plan like slapped him back in the face. He's like, let's do this. But then they start to do it and then he's like, wait, I can't. And then he's like, okay, I'll get through this really fast. So they're going at it and all four of them are going at it, okay? And Joe's going at it. But he's only getting through it by fantasizing about Marianne. So he's pretending Love is Marianne, basically. So he's like imagining Marianne instead of Love. And then Love realizes what's going on. So Love realizes that Joe is thinking about someone else. And so she shouts her safe word to like end the whole thing because they have like a safe word in place. So she shouts it and then she ends the operation. And then both of them start scream fighting in Carrie and Sherry's house, okay? They're scream fighting. And then Love is like, Joe's like, what's your problem? Like, what the hell's wrong with you? Why'd you stop it? And then Love is like, what's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? You're thinking about another woman while you're yoinking me. And then they're like fighting, going at it. And then she's like, you don't love me anymore. And you've been awful to me, blah, blah, blah. And then Joe is like, you're the one that's awful. You're freaking crazy. So they're fighting, right? And then Love, out of anger, she's like, I even killed Natalie for you. Like, she's talking about Natalie. She's like, I can't believe you made me kill Natalie because you were cheating on me with Natalie. And then they like, she starts going off. She's like, you're the one that started cheating because you started hitting on Natalie. And then I had to deal with Natalie, blah, 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 because of you. You're stupid. You can't keep it in your pants. And then they're going off. And Carrie and Sherry are like, okay, so they're in the bedroom upstairs, but they hear the whole thing, right? So they're like, oh. Like they hear it in the bedroom and they look at each other and they know like, oh, like we're dead, right? So Sherry and Carrie start like planning. So Sherry's like, okay. We're gonna go down there and pretend we didn't hear anything. And then like Carrie's like, yeah. And then they're like looking for weapons to use to like defend themselves. So they're already planning because they're smart. And then they're still fighting. They're like, oh, I forgot to mention something. Please don't die on me, OBS. I promise. It will be really fast. Okay, so before they started like the four-way thing, Joe was like, I don't know how to get it up, you know? I don't know how to get into this. And then Carrie's like, that's easy. He sees Carrie stand in front of a mirror. And Carrie's like yoinking himself off while staring at himself. And Joe's like, what's going on? Joe's like, hello? And Carrie's like, no better way to get it on than to like love yourself, am I right? Because Carrie's like obsessed with himself. So Carrie's like, look at those muscles like on himself. And he's like he's getting turned on by himself. So he's like yoinking it while looking at himself. And that's how he gets it up. And then Joe is like, what the hell? Anyways, just wanted to mention that small part because I think it's a very important part of Carrie's character, okay? Character writing. Anyways. So these two are still screaming at each other. And then Joe's like, what's wrong with you? Why would you say that? Like, Carrie and Sherry are upstairs. And Love is like, oh. I see. Thank you, Stream Elements. And then, so Carrie and Sherry, they go downstairs. And they're like, hey, guys. Is everything okay? And, Joe and Love look at them. And Carrie and Sherry are like pretending they didn't hear anything, but their expressions kind of give it away because they're like terrified. So before Sherry and Carrie can like do anything or say anything else, Love and Joe, they spring into action. They like run in opposite directions, okay? They spring into action because, you know, they're like actually super compatible. It's like they can read each other's minds. They didn't even have to come up with a plan, okay? But they're only compatible when they're like murdering together. So they both spring into action. Another four-way ensues, but this time it's a fight to the death. So it's Joe versus Carrie and Sherry versus Love. So Joe manages to impale Carrie with a crossbow because they have a crossbow in their house. And then he knocks Carrie unconscious, and Love successfully subdues Sherry. Because Love is just, she gets it done. Anyways, so the spark is back. The spark is back. It's back. They're like, oh my god, that was exhilarating. The spark is back. Another 4 Wayne Tales. I'm kind of proud. Do you have a script? No, I have these notes though, so I can remember. I have this website open. It's like a recap of the points. Anyways, so they put Carrie and Sherry in the cage, which is like, how did they get Carrie in there? Anyways, they put Carrie and Sherry in the cage, and they yoink right next to the cage. Like right next to them, how Carrie and Sherry are passed out. Love and Joe start yoinking because they're so like fueled by the energy they created in that room, hunting 2 people down together. Start going at it, and it's like wild too. So then the next evening, while the Conrads are in their little cage, Matthew drops by Joe's house. So Matthew, who's drunk, he drops by the house and he's like, hey Joe, I heard some really wild noises the other day. Do you know what that was? And Joe is like, I don't know. Also, I'm in a hurry because he needs to go to Marianne's custody hearing. So he runs to the custody hearing and he sees that, surprise, the ex Ryan is friends with the judge. So Marianne is basically screwed, okay? The judge is friends with Ryan. There's no way she's going to get custody of her daughter. So Jill is like, I have to take things into my own hands. And then they have a security camera, Love and Joe, and they see that Carrie and Sherry woke up. So it's like, oh, they're up. Now, next episode. Even though they're trapped in the cage together, Carrie and Sherry are like still in character. Like they've never broken character. And then Sherry is like, come on, Love. If you let me out, I promise I have connections. Like, I'll get Henry into one of those ultra competitive preschools. Like elite preschool for the elite rich little preschoolers, And Sherry's like, please let me out. I'll make sure Henry goes to preschool. The best of the best. Yeah, elite preschool. And then, while that's going on, Jill gets word that the judge ruled against Marianne. So she's so devastated that like she's about to relapse again. So Jill is like, I need to be there for her. So Jill goes and he gives her a pep talk and encourages her to not give up fighting for her daughter. And then the energy in the room that they create, you guessed it, they end up yoinking because they're like, we have a connection. So they start yoinking. And then he's like, okay, I will help Marianne, but he's facing a dilemma because he's like, if Marianne wins custody, if Marianne has to fight for custody again, she has to go to New Jersey, which means I won't be able to see her anymore, which means I should kill Ryan before they can even fight for custody again. So Joe has no choice but to murder Ryan, right? So he sneaks up on Ryan in a parking lot and stabs him to death. It's like blood gushing. He stabs him, and he's like, I did it for Marianne. So, and then Theo, on the other hand, Theo remains obsessed with Love. Okay, he's like, this MILF is crazy. He's like, I'm so attracted to her. So he's still obsessed with Love. And he tells her about Matthew's surveillance footage. And he finds a backup of like surveillance video that shows Joe driving away from the bakery in Natalie's car. So yeah, Theo saw this And he tells Love. Hold on, I need to blow my nose. Okay, I'm good. Hydrate. Theo's a simp. Thank you for hydrate. Okay. So, but Theo, you know what? At the end of the day, he's a good guy, right? So, this is what Theo thinks, okay? So, in Theo's head, he figures out that Joe murdered his mom. And he's like, it's only Joe. So he thinks that it was just Joe, and Love has nothing to do with it. So he thinks that Love doesn't know anything about it. And he warns Love because Theo also thinks that Joe is like abusive because he heard like a huge fight they had next door, right? Like he heard Joe flip out. So he's like, oh, Love is being mistreated by her husband. And he ended up killing Natalie, which means like he might kill Love. So he warns Love and he's like, hey, I found the security footage of him driving my mom's car. I think he killed Natalie. And I'm warning you, I think he's a murderer. You have to get out of that relationship. Like, you have to do something to, like, save yourself. And Love is like, So, back in the basement, Love is done, okay? She's done. She's done with everything. So Love goes to the basement, and Sherry and Carrie are still like, please, let us out, please, 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 please. And Sherry is doing a bunch of like bargaining. She's like, please, I'll do this for you if you let me out, please, 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 please. And then Love is like, you know what? I'm done. And she puts a gun inside of the cage. And she says, if one of you shoots the other one, then you get to live. So whoever dies stays, whoever lives leaves. That's basically what she says. And it's a complete lie, because her idea is to stage it as a murder-suicide. So she's gonna end up shooting the survivor anyways. But she's like, okay, off each other. I'll let one of you go. And Theo arrives at the bakery to save Love, okay? He's like, I have to like warn her more about like Joe. I had to save her. So he runs to the bakery because that's the place he meets up with Love. The problem is Love is in the basement with Carrie and Sherry, okay? So Theo runs to the bakery and he hears something downstairs. So he's like, huh. He goes into the basement and he sees Sherry and Carrie in the cage. And Theo's like, whoa, what the hell? So he walks closer and he's just like, did Joe do this? Because he knows Joe is like a murderer. He's like, was it Joe? Did Joe do this? And Sherry and Carrie are like, no, Love did this. And he's like, wait, what? And they're like, yes, they both did it. Like, they're both murderers. You have to get us out of here. And Theo's mind is like blown. He's like, bruh. He's like, what? Love also? So they're just like a murdering couple? While he's trying to piece this together, BAM! Love clobbers him on the head with a fire extinguisher. And then Theo falls. He's like, and you're like, Theo! My guy! No! And then after everything that's gone down, you know, Love, she wants to have another baby. She's like, I need to have another baby, and that will fix everything. Because of course it would, right? Because they definitely loved the first baby they had. And now the MILF Hunter has fallen. So Love is like, we need a new baby. Yes, that's what I need. A new one. And Joe can't take it anymore. Joe doesn't want one because he's like, you are batshit insane. But he doesn't think that about himself. He thinks about her. Like, you're crazy. And then, so yeah, that's about it. Carrie and Sherry are also fighting. They're having a meltdown. They're fighting each other because they're like, arguing and stuff like that, and they can't communicate properly, and then accidentally they're like turning on each other. Sherry's like, I bet you're just looking for a chance to kill me and get out of here, and then like vice versa, right? But while they're fighting, they drop the gun or something, and I forgot who shot who first. One of them, okay, I forgot who shot who first. I think Carrie accidentally shoots Sherry. So he accidentally shoots her ear. So he shoots her ear, and she's like screaming, and she's like holding on to her ear. And she's like, you did that on purpose! I knew it! Like, you want to get out of here, you're trying to kill me, you did that on purpose! And Carrie's like, no, I didn't! I didn't, I promise! And then, she's like, you did! What I read on the internet, I think Han shot first. Han? And, she's like, you did it on purpose! And then as retaliation, Carrie at this point is like so like, he's like, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. He feels like awful. And then Sherry is like, you know what, screw you. So she shoots Carrie too. I think she shoots him in the thigh or something. I forgot. But she shoots him back. And Carrie's like, ow, what the hell, why would you do that? And Sherry's like, you shot me first. So they're like arguing. They're like, whoop. Well, that's gonna go well. Anyways, it turns out that news about Ryan dying comes out, and it's categorized as a mugging, and Marianne wants to get out of the town and the country, so she declares her love for Joe. She's like, I love you actually, and I would love it if you came with me and my daughter Juliet. We're running away together, we're starting over. And Joe's like, yes, 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 yes! He says yes like 1,000 times. He's like, yes, yes, that's all I ever want. And then, Joe's like, okay, all I have to do is bury Theo and somehow get Love away from me, like get rid of her. And then I can be with Marianne and we can move to Paris together. So, unfortunately for Joe, Theo is still alive. And, you know, Joe, when he's about to bury Theo, he realizes Theo's still alive and breathing. And Joe, he has a, you know, he has a soft spot for younger people, remember? He has a soft spot for younger people that are lost. And he sees Theo, who's still alive. Mill Hunter, truly a fighter, yeah? He's like, he sees Theo and he's like, you know what? I'm not gonna kill you. Like, I don't want to. You have a whole life ahead of you. You have your whole future. Like, you're still in college. This is nothing, you know? This, like, weird affair you had with Love, in years from now, it's gonna be like nothing. You have your whole life ahead of you. So, he's like, I'm gonna let you go, and I'm gonna drive you to the hospital. So Joe drives Theo to the hospital and saves him. And then Love, while this is happening, she discovers that Joe is like in love with Marianne because she finds his t-shirt stained with blood. And she's like, oh, she pieces it together and she's like, Joe killed that guy for her. So she's infuriated. And, you know, not too good to infuriate her. So, at dinner, Joe tries to directly ask for divorce. He's like, hey, I think we should get a divorce together. And he's holding a kitchen knife under the table, just in case. So he's holding a knife under the table, they're eating, and he's like, I think we need to divorce. And Love starts talking. And at this point, Love is freaking losing it, okay? She's lost her sanity. And this is a picture that you'll see a lot. I'll put it on Emma's page. But you see this photo? Sometimes on Twitter, it's because it became like a meme. So it's this photo of her sharpening her like little stick thing. And she's losing it. She's like, distraught. And she's completely losing it. She's like breathing heavily. She's like, and she's like sharpening this thing while she's thinking about Joe, because she's like, I don't understand what I did wrong. Like, I loved him so much, and he did this to me, and I don't know what's wrong. And she's freaking out, right? Sharpening the knife. So like people use this image. It's so funny when I see it on Twitter. Me when I don't get the gacha pull I want, literally. You know that one Twitter post that went viral where it's like a bunch of men saying like, oh, that moment in the relationship when you start like secretly hating your girlfriend. Like someone tweeted that and it went like super viral because a bunch of like guys were agreeing with it. And then if you looked in the comments and like the quote retweets, it was all just like women posting this image. And then they're like, I get it now. I get it now. I understand her now. Yeah. So that's that. So there's that whole scene where she's like sharpening the thing. Anyways, I know that's such a stupid post. Yeah, so he's holding a kitchen knife under the table, and Love starts opening up. She's like, you know what? My husband didn't die from cancer. And Joe's like, well, I kind of knew that. But Love reveals that she accidentally killed her husband using this paralyzing poison called Axonite? I forgot what it's called. Axonite? But she's like, it was an accident because she was just trying to put like a little bit amount of it. I forgot what the explanation was. Let me see actually. Why did Love kill her husband? Oh, okay. So basically, her first husband, James, he had cancer, and Love like looked after him throughout the whole treatment process. But James, I think he wanted to leave her because he didn't want her to have to face the pain of losing him to cancer. So James wanted to separate. He's like, I want a divorce. But Love doesn't want to, and Love is like, but I looked after you through the whole treatment. So she wanted to give him a small dosage of Wolfsbane, hoping to paralyze him long enough so that the two of them could talk it out. Because she's insane. But she accidentally put too much and it killed him. So that's what happened. So she opens up that and she tells the whole story to Joe. And Joe is like, well, damn, okay. And then, while that's happening, she's like, oh, by the way, I gave you the same poison. And he's like, what? And he's like, starts to get paralyzed. And, Love then texts Marianne from Joe's phone and is like, hey, you should come over right now. We need to talk. So, what was it? Matthew arrives and, did he use the same amount too? So, Matthew arrives to find Joe immobilized. And Matthew is about to kill Joe, because Matthew already pieced together that Joe killed Natalie, right? Because of the security footage. But then... And he thinks that they killed Theo too, because Theo's gone. So... Matthew's like, oh, I'm gonna freaking kill you. But then Joe kind of like signals to him. They were like blinking, because I think Matthew was asking him questions, and he blinks like once for yes or something, twice for no. I don't know. But he signals to him that Theo is still alive and he's at the hospital. So Matthew's like, okay, my first priority is my stepson. So Matthew leaves to go to Theo at the hospital, but he abandons Joe. Joe thought that Matthew would help him, but Joe's like, hell no. Matthew's like, hell no. Matthew's like, I'm gonna leave you to Love. Like, I'm gonna let Love get rid of you. Matthew keeping it 100. Yeah, he's like, hell no. It's like, you know what, Love? Joe is all yours. Like, you go murder him. Again, Matthew doesn't know that Love had anything to do with it, so... Matthew leaves to go to Theo and he abandons Joe. And everyone cheered. So after that, Marianne comes into the house. Marianne walks in and Love confronts Marianne. Love is like, you must be feeling so proud of yourself, huh? Stealing someone else's husband from them? And Marianne's like, oh my god. Marianne's like, I'm so sorry. I don't know what to say. And she has a knife behind her back. She's like, I can't believe you've done this to me. You've ruined my family. You've taken away my baby's family. Like, how does that make you feel? And Marianne's like, I didn't mean for this to happen. Like, I didn't know, because I think Joe told her that, like, they weren't a thing, really. They're, like, separated. So Marianne's like, I do not want any part of this. I'm out of here. And, so Joe's, like, watching from the floor. He's like, ugh. And then Love tells Marianne, he's like, you know what? I'm gonna tell you the truth. Joe killed Ryan. He murdered Ryan for you. And Marianne's like, what? Now, before Love can kill Marianne, Marianne's daughter, Juliet, runs into the house because she was waiting outside. And Juliet's like, can we go? And Love, seeing her daughter, she's like, you know what? I'm not gonna kill Marianne because she has a daughter. Maybe it's like because she has a kid too, so she kind of gets it. I don't know. But like Love suddenly has this moment of like one good conscious moment where she's like, okay, I'm not gonna do it. So Love tells Marianne, you need to leave because Joe is eventually going to ruin your life too, so you need to leave and get out of here. And then Marianne, you know what? She's happy to be alive. She dips. She's like, yeah, hell no. She's like, I'm out of here. So Marianne leaves with her daughter. And then Love is about to kill Joe. So she's about to kill Joe, but then he jolts out of his paralysis. He's not paralyzed. He expected her to poison him because he did research about her. And then like the past and what happened to her husband. So he saw this coming. So Joe gets up. He like secretly took Carrie's stash of adrenaline earlier. And but Love didn't take the antidote. So then Joe stabs Love with the same poison, the same lethal dose of poison that she was gonna use on him. So she's completely paralyzed, and at this point, she's in for a very long and painful death, because this is one of the worst ways to die, you know. And while this is going on, down in the cage, Sherry has an epiphany. She's like, wait, I just thought of something. And Carrie's like, what? And Sherry's like, Love and Joe, they don't trust each other. And Carrie's like, what do you mean? And she's like, they don't trust each other, which means one of them must have hidden a spare key in the cage, because one of them must have been afraid of the other turning on them. So there must be a key here. And now you're like, whoa, Sherry, what happened? What made you big brain? Yeah, everyone's like, whoa, what? So Carrie's like, oh my god, you're right. So Sherry's looking around, they're looking around like crazy. And just in time, they find the key and they let themselves out of the cage. And then at this time, Joe's talking to Love at the house, and Joe's like, I don't love you anymore. You're crazy, you're psychotic. And Love can't really talk back because she's paralyzed. So she's just crying. She has like tears streaming down her face. She's like lying on the floor. She's in so much pain. She's like crying. And Joe sets the entire house on fire. So he sets the whole house on fire, planning to like burn Love down with the house and her body. And then he also cuts off 2 of his toes to stage his own death and Love's suicide. So he's gonna make it look like a murder-suicide. So the whole house burns down. He sets the scene. Sherry and Carrie run away. And before he decides to go to Europe to find Marianne, Because he's like, that's my one true love. I'm gonna go find her. But before he can leave, he drops Henry off with his coworker, Dante. So Dante, who works at the library that he works at, Dante is in a relationship with his partner, and then Joe like kind of knows them as like the gay couple because he's like, oh, Dante's gay and he has a partner, and he realizes that Dante would make a better parent than he ever would because he doesn't love his child. He doesn't love Henry. He never felt an attachment to him. So Joe drops Henry off at Dante and his partner's house. Dante? And then he rings the doorbell and he leaves. And as expected, Joe comes out onto the doorstep. Not Joe. Dante comes out onto the doorstep. He sees the baby and he's like, what the, Henry? So he and his partner immediately start taking care of the baby. Did Ovius die? Not yet? Question mark? And then in the aftermath, Carrie and Sherry, they're closer than ever. They're super in love with each other because they went through that experience together. They're like, we truly love each other. And they developed their own radical couples therapy technique called Caged. So it's just putting you, like both you and your partner, in a cage together. Because they're like, it worked for us. So they developed this like couple therapy method. And then Theo and Matthew, Theo's traumatized. But then Theo and Matthew, you know, they come to some sort of understanding in their bonding and they find common ground. And, well, Joe is out of the town, out of the picture. And, yeah. So, what he did was he put like 2 of his toes in the food that Love cooked. In the thing, so it would look like Love killed him and then like cooked him up to hide his body. And then killed herself by like setting the whole house on fire. So that's what his plan was. And yeah, that's the end of season 3. Oh, Ovius died for real now. Never mind, it's back, I think. Is it back? Anyways, God. I don't know if I'll make it through season 4 during this stream. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm just gonna start though. I still have like an hour. See. Drink some water. Okay. Season 4. You probably shouldn't trust me on like most of the recapping because I don't remember a lot of it. Because I didn't like a lot of it, okay? For real. Wait, let me cross out Love. He's gone. Yeah, I'm kinda sad that Love is gone. She was like a really great character. Alright, we're on season 4. Here's Joe. Completely changed his appearance. He has a beard now. So, you know, new life, new appearance, am I right? So that's Joe. And we are on 4. Let me cross this out. Love is gone. Okay. So here's Joe. And, oh, let me just put Marianne in first. By the way, Marianne's new hair is so pretty. Anyways, Marianne. There she is. Okay. So, season 4. Are we ready? So it starts off with a college student walking to class, okay? And we find out her name is Nadia because she walks into the classroom and Joe is teaching. Joe's teaching the class. And Joe's like, hey Nadia, Nadia's like, "Hi, Professor." So we were like, okay, is he teaching in Europe now? Because all the classmates have like European accents. And after class ends, Nadia stays behind to talk to Joe, who he goes by a different name now. Okay, I'm gonna put the name here. So now he goes by Jonathan Moore. And Nadia, oh, I should put her picture up. Because she is, she's pretty important. Yeah, she's important. She's a good person. I like her. I like Nadia a lot. Hi, Olivia. Okay, so... Oop. It's Nadia. I'm just gonna replace the other people. Now Nadia, she has one of my favorite romances. It's so cute. It's so cute. Anyways, so Nadia, you can tell she's like the star student. She's very smart. Joe really likes her because she's smart. It's like, this is a talented kid, you know? And she constantly challenges him in class. So he really likes this kid. And you know how he is with younger folks? He's like, I need to protect you. So he has a liking to Nadia. And Nadia stays after class. They start talking and Nadia gives him a book recommendation. And Joe is like, your taste in books kind of suck. And Nadia's like, nuh-uh. So she recommends this book written by an author called Reese. Yes, Reese Montrose. So I'm gonna put Reese's picture up. God, there's so many people in this season. I think I will simply pass out. Anyways, so there's this guy named Reese. I'm gonna put him there. He's the author. Blah 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 blah. No more Theo Milk Hunter. Sorry. No more. Theo's no longer here. So she recommends this book to him, right? Written by Reese Montrose. And Joe's like, okay, I guess I don't mind reading your book recommendations. And she explains that everyone in England, so you know he's in England, wants Reese, the author, to run for mayor. But she says she disagrees with him running. Joe's like, okay. So Joe walks around the university. He's having a whole monologue and everything. He's like, oh, I miss Marianne so much, but I'm trying to lay low and stay out of trouble in London first, and then I'll go look for her. And a person approaches him, and the person's name is Professor Harding. And Joe's like, this guy freaking sucks. I hate Professor Harding. He's so annoying, right? He's walking around campus. Oh, and also Nadia, you see she has some kind of rivalry with another kid in class. So there's this kid in class that will like always challenge Nadia in class, basically, and he always argues with her all the time. And then Joe says something where he's like, oh, they're definitely gonna get married. Like, those two are definitely gonna get married. Because he's like, they always freaking fight with each other. And he's like, I can see it, it's happening. So Joe kind of ships them. God, hold on. I have to find his photo. Okay. God, where is it? His photo's so hard to find. God damn. Anyway, maybe I should put them in the same photo. Okay, I'll put them in the same photo. That'll be easier. So that's Nadia and her classmate Eddie. And they have a lot of chemistry together because they always freaking fight with each other. And they argue about literature. Because Nadia will be like, I think that the author meant to do this. And then Eddie's like, are you sure? Because I don't think so. And then Nadia's like, oh, you're so annoying. And then Joe's like, oh my god, they're gonna get married. Anyways, so then he's like staying out of trouble. And then he's like, I hate Professor Harding. But then through the brief conversation, we learned that like Joe met Malcolm, who was his first name, through the job interview. And then he's been trying to like get him out to get drinks with him and stuff. And then you realize that you see Joe in his flat, and he's spying on his neighbors through a window, as he does. And his neighbor is Professor Harding, and Professor Harding's girlfriend, I think her name's Kate. Yeah, I think it's Kate. Okay. I don't really like her. I don't know, though. Maybe it's different for other people. So, he's dating Kate. Whoa. There she is. British lady. He's dating Kate. I'll put her here. And Joe is spying on them through the window. And he's like kind of interested in Kate, you can tell. So you're like, oh, right? Spying on them. And then what was it? Where's my notes? Okay. He watches them and he's like, no, I'm stalking again. So he stops himself. He's like, no, I can't do this anymore. He finds out that Professor Harding comes from like a super rich family. And then his girlfriend Kate is an art gallery director. And then at night, he's spying on Kate again. And he catches her yoinking herself, as he does. And he's like, well, he tries to ignore it. He's like, nope, she's yoinking. And then, however, watching her yoink made him think of Marianne. So he's like, oh, I remember Marianne. And he takes out a locket that you assume is like something she wore. And he's like looking at it. And then you see a flashback. Basically, Joe went to Paris to look for Marianne. After a super long time, he found like a painting she made. Because he's like, I recognize that. And then she's like asking the artists nearby at this market if he can find her. And they're like, oh, she's currently in London for an art fair. So he's like, okay, so he leaves Paris to go to London because he's like, I hope to find Marianne there. And then we cut back to the present. And while Joe is leaving his office, he sees Kate getting robbed. So he's like, okay, I'm gonna go help Kate, right? So he goes to help Kate, and she doesn't seem appreciative. She's like, what the? Get out of here! And then she's like, I'm gonna call the police. And Joe's like, why? I literally saved you from being mugged. And then he's like, please don't tell the police I was here. And Kate, who's very smart, was like, don't tell the police you were here. Why? So Kate's like, something fishy going on. So Kate drives Joe home. And he's like, I'm gonna stay away from Kate and Professor Harding because I don't want to get involved with them. And then, but then Professor Harding shows up to his door. And he's like, I want to thank you for saving Kate. I want to invite you out for drinks at my friend's club called Sundry House. So Joe goes to Sundry House to have drinks with them. And then he meets all of Kate and Malcolm's wealthy friend group, which is way too many people. But I'm gonna try. Okay, so there's Adam. Oh my god, this is gonna take forever. We might need to do a part 2 at like night or something. Adam, God, Adam's face. Anyways. So this is Adam, one of the friends. I'll put him here. I'm gonna put them all in the corner together because there's just too many. Adam, and then there's Phoebe. Okay, Adam and Phoebe are dating, I remember. No, are they fiancés? I forgot. I'll look at the notes later. But they're together. Adam and Phoebe. Oh my god, there's so many friends. Adam, Phoebe. Oh, Rice. So Rice Montrose is also part of that friend group. So Rice is there also. And then there's Sophie, Simon. Is Sophie and Simon important? Not really. Okay, there's Sophie, Simon. Simon kind of important. He shows up. Yeah, there's so many people. I can't believe I told you all guys like all of this without pictures because it's so confusing. Okay, so Simon over here. He's a fellow Asian brother. And then Roald. Oh, Roald is awful. Good lord. I'm trying to put only the important friends. The important friends. That sounds awful. Okay, so Roald. Roald, you have to remember. He's important. Visual aids appreciated. Thank you. Roald. Is there anyone else? Gemma? Yeah, Gemma. There's others, but they're not as important. So, yeah. Okay, that's the friend group. Super large friend group. Anyways, so introduces to all the friends, and then, however, Joe already knows about the friends because he obviously stalks them all before going to the club, right? So you learn about each person while Joe waits for Professor Harding to take him home. He meets Rice Montrose in person. And Rice, if you recall, is the author of the book that Nadia recommended him to read, and also the person she said might run for mayor. Thank you for the hydrate! Anyways, they bond over their horrible childhood, so they open up to each other. Turns out Rice also had a god-awful childhood. They bond together, and Joe is like, hey, this guy's good. Like, he's not one of these phony guys over here, the friend group. He's a good person. So they bond together and also share their views on the rich. They're like, eat the rich! And they share their views on it together. And then Rice leaves because he has to go somewhere. So with no one to talk to, Joe decides it's time for him to just straight up leave and go home. But he stops by Phoebe over here. Phoebe, who's dating Adam over here. So he stops by Phoebe, and Phoebe is like, no, take this drink with us. So he drinks it, but it turns out the drink is laced, or something. No, it's not laced, but it's like a highly alcoholic drink that can make people severely intoxicated. So he's severely intoxicated now, and then he has another flashback. So he's flashbacking to when he was in London at an art fair, and he attends the art fair where Marianne is supposed to be, and he finds her. They make eye contact, but Marianne is terrified. She sees him and she's terrified and she starts running. Rightfully so. So Joe's like, why are you running? Why are you running? Because he's like, I'm not trying to hurt you. So he runs after her. And they're like running, and then the flashback ends. And Joe takes out more shots, and then he knocks out. And then he wakes up. And he's like, oh, I guess Professor Harding, Malcolm, sent me back home. So he wakes up, and then he goes into the kitchen to get ready, and he sees Professor Harding's dead body on the table with a knife sticking out of his chest. And he's like, did I kill him? He's like, did I kill this guy when I was drunk? Because Professor Harding was like smack-talking Marianne at some point, because Joe was like, oh, I can't get over this girl. And then he was like, she must have been B-I-T-C-H anyways, not worth your time, more fish in the ocean. And then Joe got like really mad. So Joe's like, did I kill him because he said all that stuff about Marianne? So he's like thinking this right now, right? I'm gonna cross him off the list because he is dead. Oops, that's not it. So he's dead. And Joe's like, ooh, I think I killed him. So he starts to clean up the crime scene, tries to get rid of the body, and he notices one of Malcolm's fingers is cut off. And he's like, why would I cut off a finger? He can't figure it out. He's like, why would I cut off a finger? And he can't find the finger. So he's like, okay. So he takes Malcolm's body to a warehouse, cuts it into pieces, puts it into bags, and dumps all of them into the sewage pipes in the river. There's another flashback. So Joe remembers him chasing Marianne through the street, and then he catches up to her. And they have an intense conversation. Marianne's like, please leave me alone, please. I have a daughter. I just want to get back to my daughter, Joe. Please just leave me alone. And then Joe is like, no, I'm not a murderer. Which he is. But he's like, I'm not a murderer, Marianne. I would never hurt you. Why would you be scared of me? Like, how could you treat me like this? I love you so much. And then he's like, you know what? Just to prove to you that I'm not a murderer, I'm gonna let you go. So Marianne is let go. She runs away. And then as Joe walks out from the door, there's a guy watching him from afar. So the guy tracks him down to a restaurant, and while Joe is drowning his sorrows by drinking alcohol, the man approaches him and introduces himself as Elliot, and he says he works for Ray, who is Love's father, basically. And Ray kind of suspected that Joe killed Love, so he hired someone to go kill Joe. So Elliot's like, I was sent here to kill you, but I'm kind of tired of doing my job, so I'm gonna offer you a deal. I'll give you a new chance to start your life again in London with a new identity, but only if you give me all the money that you stole from Love's bank account. And then Joe's like, okay, fine. But then he hesitates because Elliot tells him that before he can start his new life, he needs to kill Marianne. So Joe's like, nah. He decides to spare Marianne's life, but then he steals her necklace to pretend that she's dead to show to Elliot. And Elliot's like, okay. And in present time, Joe walks Kate outside. He talks to Kate outside of the university because, her husband, her fiance is missing. So they're talking, and then she invites him to dinner with her friends because Phoebe asked her to invite Joe again because Phoebe's like, I love that guy, Jonathan, he's awesome. So Kate's like, okay, so Kate invites him to Phoebe's party. And then he arrives at the Sundry house for dinner with Kate's friends. As he's about to walk through the door, he gets a text from an unknown person. And the text is basically like, I'm watching you. I know what you did to Malcolm, who's like Professor Harding. He's like, what the hell? So he thinks that it's someone from this friend group, basically, that maybe killed him and is framing him, or maybe just knows what he did. So yeah, that's the setup for the plot of season 4, basically. So then the next episode, Joe is at the dinner table with them eating, and he's eyeing the entire friend group. He's trying to figure out if either of them would have been able to do it. Because he believes one of them killed Malcolm and is framing him. So he's like, okay. After dinner, he goes home. He finds an invitation to Simon's art show because Simon is an artiste. And he's like, okay. He looks up the gallery. He finds out that Kate works there too. So he's like, maybe Kate is the one that is sending me those texts, right? Goes to the art gallery, and he starts watching her very closely, as he does. And then he receives another text message, which is like, hey, we're watching you. We know who you really are. So then Joe goes over to Phoebe and Adam's flat because he wants to talk to them. And he meets Adam's bodyguard. So Adam has a bodyguard because he's a rich kid. And he finds out through the bodyguard that Phoebe is the one who sent him the invitation to Simon's art show. And since, he has nothing appropriate to wear, Phoebe and Adam ask Vic to bring Joe to the art gallery and find him a nice tuxedo. So Joe finds something to wear and he goes to university, and he tries to get into Professor Harding's office. So he searches through Kate's belongings, finds his keys, basically. And he's looking through the office, and then he's looking for information, finds a stack of money, pocketbook full of weird names and numbers. So he realizes that, hey, this guy had a gambling problem. Maybe I can use this to my advantage. So he takes the money and pocketbook and he leaves the office. And I believe he also finds like letters from Nadia. So he finds out that Professor Harding was basically like hitting on Nadia, and he was trying to like start a relationship with her, and she like wrote letters to him. So Joe is like pissed off even more because he's like, you're trying to get with a student? So he's like, I hate this man. And then Joe makes his way to, what was it? Right, so he stalks all the friend group members, trying to figure out like who would have killed Malcolm, like who has something against Malcolm. So he's following Adam, and while he's following Adam, he catches Adam like peeing on someone, like a servant, and he finds out that Adam has like a pee fetish, or like a piss kink, and then he also finds out that Malcolm knew about it, so he's like, maybe Adam killed Malcolm to hide his piss kink. It's just like crazy theory. And then he is like, okay, maybe it was Adam. And then he's like, okay, I believe that maybe Adam was the one that killed Malcolm to stop the blackmail, and he's the one texting me. So that's that. And then he goes to the art gallery and he meets a young lady at the door, asks for entry, she lets him in. At the gallery, Joe speaks with Adam, but once the conversation ends, he's like, did Adam really kill Malcolm? Because Adam's kind of stupid. I don't know if he would've. So then, Joe talks to Reese, who's also there, his new bestie, you know, he's talking to him. And he's like, I don't know why you're still friends with this friend group. They're not really good people. And then Reese tells him that, like, hey, they were there for me when I needed them the most, and that's what counts. And then Reese also mentions something about Roald that makes him believe, like, Roald might be the killer. So Roald's over here. He kind of has, like, a psychotic face. And, as Joe and Reese are talking together, this girl runs into the gallery. And she's, like, yelling at Simon. And then she throws paint on Simon and Simon's artwork. And she's like, you're fake, you stole my painting. Basically, Simon steals, you'll find out later, but he basically gets, like, young artists, like, drugged, or he, like, gets them addicted to drugs, and then they will, like, paint for him in exchange, and then he'll use those paintings as his own, and then hold art galleries like it's his art. So, like, really messed up stuff going on. And then, Joe's like, oh, wow. So he walks over to Kate, and he's like, hey, Kate, what's happening? Because you're in charge of the art gallery. And Kate's like, well, I don't know. I kicked her out, but you can look for her outside. Just as fast using AI art, including drugging people. So then he goes outside, he meets the girl. The girl explains, like, the painting of my cat, like, that's my cat. I painted that. And then Joe's like, huh. I see. So Joe's like, okay, Simon's a bad person. So then, after Kate leaves, the young woman that, like, yelled at Simon was like, Malcolm, Professor Harding, knew about it, and Malcolm said that he would expose Simon, but then he disappeared. So Joe was like, oh, what if Simon knew that he was about to expose him, and that's why he killed him and is framing me? So then he's like, thanks for the info, and he goes away and he talks to Kate. And he tells Kate about Simon, but Kate is like, nope, I don't want to listen. So he's like, okay, and then he leaves. He makes his way back to the art gallery, and he follows Simon for a while. And then meanwhile, Simon's, like, taking drugs in the office, and then someone walks into the office and murders Simon. And because, well, Joe was following Simon, but then he fell asleep on the bench, basically. And then while he was sleeping, someone murders Simon and then leaves. Right? So then, Joe, like, he receives 2 more text messages and he wakes up because he hears police sirens. And he's like, what? And the text messages tell him like, oh, I killed Simon and, haha, El Bozo. So then Joe runs into the art gallery and he sees that Simon's dead. There's a knife sticking out of his chest and his ear is cut off. So Joe's like, okay, now Simon can't have been the killer, and I definitely wasn't the killer, cause, what the heck? So yeah. And then Joe goes to Adam and Phoebe's flat and they're talking about what happened to Simon. But you kind of get the feeling that like nobody in the friend group really cares that Simon was murdered. Like none of them give a shit. And the only person that cares is Reese. So he's like, damn, these people are awful. And then while he's leaving, he finds out that Kate is secretly paying for the young artists that have been abused, like their rehab. So he's like, oh, Kate's a pretty good person actually. And then Joe starts making his way home. And then while he's walking through the door, he gets home and plastered all over the wall are newspaper articles about all the people he's killed. So he's like, this guy that's texting me is like messing with me. And he knows my real identity and he knows every single person I've killed. And then, next episode. So then Joe's like frantically taking down all the pictures of the people he's killed, and he's like receiving text messages from the texter. And he changes all the locks on his door because he's like, I can't do this anymore and I'm gonna start ignoring all the text messages. And then I felt season 4. And then at the university he's teaching again. And then they're like still fighting, and then Nadia's like blah 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 blah, and then Eddie is like debating with her as always, and he's like blah 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 blah. They're fighting, and then Joe's like trying to teach, and then suddenly a student is like, "Whoa, stop the class!" And Joe's like, "What?" The student's like, "Professor Moore, the news. Did you see the news that just came out?" So news broke that Professor Harding was murdered. They found his remains, and now it's like all on the news. He was murdered. And then based on the article, people were like, wait, it's probably connected to Simon's murder, because Simon's murder was also publicized. So all the students are talking about it, especially since Professor Harding was like also one of their teachers. So they're like, oh my god, there's a killer. And they call the killer the Eat the Rich killer, because this guy's killing like the socialites, you know? So Malcolm's finger was sent to the police by the killer with a note saying like, this isn't a kidnapping, it's a murder. And then Joe realizes he realizes that the guy stalking him kept the finger so that he could force him to continue playing like this little game, right? He's like, oh, I can't ignore my stalker now. And then back at his flat, he looks out the window and he sees Kate speaking with the police on her flat. And Kate notices him staring at her. So she's like, what? She calls him, and Joe tells her he wants to offer his condolences about what happened to Malcolm. Kate is like, it's not necessary because I called the police and they're going to your flat. And he's like, what? Why would you call the police on me? And then the police come. The police are like, when was the last time you saw Malcolm? And Joe answers them. And then they're like, you were the last person to see him alive. And Joe comes up with a lie. I forgot what he said, but like the police believe him. And then the police leave, and then Joe receives a text from his stalker saying that like Kate is a threat and you need to kill her. And Joe's like, I don't want to kill her though. But he thinks that the stalker will kill Kate. So he keeps an eye on Kate to ensure like she doesn't get killed. And then at Simon's funeral, who like none of his friends care about at the funeral, he watches like all the friends try to figure out like who in the friend group killed him. And then once the funeral's over, the friend group, they go to Sundry House again. And Joe is approached by Vic, who is Adam's bodyguard. Vic is like, I'm suspicious of you. And then he's like, okay. Anyways, he receives a text message from the stalker. And I was like, why didn't you kill Kate yet? You had to get rid of her. And then Joe looks around and he notices Kate is missing, so he's like, oh my god. So he goes to go look for her. They don't talk too long, and then Kate leaves. And then, what was it? So Joe follows Kate even after she leaves to the pub, because he's like, I have to protect her. And then at the pub, and then he tells her it's like not good for her to be alone because there's a killer targeting her friend group. And he's like, maybe it's someone in your friend group. And then Kate's like, I don't believe that, because I don't believe anyone here could be capable of murder. And you're like, are you sure? Kate opens up to Joe though, and then asks him to follow her to a secret spot. And the secret spot is a little garden that she used to go with Malcolm, and then they would drink together and hook up. And then Kate is like, let's do it, let's yoink, because I need to yoink. And then Joe's like, I don't really want to, because I need to control myself. And then he gives up eventually though. He's like, okay. And then they yoink it in the garden. And then Joe wakes up. He's in Kate's flat, and he finds her sleeping, so then he starts snooping around. And then he finds like more evidence that Professor Harding was writing love letters to Nadia. And he's like, that is nasty. But then Kate catches him, and Kate's like, what are you doing? So then Kate kicks him out of the house. And then he follows Kate to a crypt where she's like looking at a box with Malcolm's finger in it. It's kind of messed up. And when Kate leaves, Joe comes out, and then it turns out Adam's bodyguard Vic has been following Joe the whole time. So Joe is like, whoa, what the? And Vic is like, why are you following Kate? Like, why are you following one of Adam's friends? This is highly suspicious. And he also finds Malcolm's ring, because Joe took his ring and it's in his pocket. So the bodyguard finds it, and they start tussling and like fighting. And then he realizes that like somebody planted the ring there because he didn't put it there. So he's fighting with the bodyguard, and then ultimately he ends up killing the bodyguard by strangling him with his tie. So he kills Vic, and then this part was kind of smart actually, but he takes Vic and he buries Vic in Simon's grave in the same casket. Like, buries him with his casket. It's like messed up, but it's also like no one would look there. So he buries Vic with Simon. And the next day, Joe receives a text from Phoebe, and Phoebe's like, come to Sundry House. But then, before that, he gets a visit from Nadia. And Nadia, he returns all the letters to Nadia that like Professor Harding wrote to her. And he's like, yeah, Nadia, I know about what happened, and you might want to take care of this. And she's like, okay. And then they go to Sundry House, and the entire friend group is standing at the bar, and then the police come up to them. Like, police walk up to them. And then that's the next episode. So everyone's looking at him, and there's like, he's like, why are the police here, and why are there detectives at Sundry House? But there's actually nothing wrong, and the police are there just to follow up on some of the stuff that Joe told them. Cause he's like, hey, maybe this person is suspicious? I forgot what he said, but the police are like, okay, we'll look into it. And then they tell him that like they looked into the tips he provided about like Simon drugging all these artists, and they're like, okay, thank you so much for your help. And then they leave. And then Phoebe invites Joe and Kate and all their friends to this place called the Hampsies. It's her country house. And he's hesitant to go, but then he finds out the whole group is going, so he's like, okay, I'll go, because one of you is the killer. So they go, and then it's this huge mansion. There's like a castle, and they're all hanging out together. And some of the wealthy guests are like super annoying already, like Gemma. Gemma's super annoying. And then she's like, oh my god, Joe, are you having sex with Phoebe, and Joe's like, what? And then Roald is like super rude to Joe. Roald's like pretty mean. He's giving backhanded compliments to Joe all the time. And then Joe's like, wow, the murderer could be any one of these people because they're all crazy and they're monsters. And then Kate and Joe have like adjoining rooms, but they decide to keep things platonic, you know. And someone slips a note under his door, and it says like, meet me at the portrait gallery. So he goes, and it turns out he thinks it's a killer, but he opens the door to a portrait gallery, and it turns out it's just Phoebe. It's a huge surprise. Phoebe tries to seduce him, and then he's like, sorry, no. I don't want to do this because I feel like you're just doing this because you feel like Adam doesn't love you. And Phoebe's like, damn, you're right. Oh my god. So then Joe leaves, and Phoebe's like kind of humiliated. He's going around the mansion, and he realizes that Gemma is like one of the worst people ever because she's like harassing the staff. She's like slapping their butts and stuff. She's treating them like not human, like not on the same equal as her. She's treating them like complete servants. And he's like, damn, this woman sucks. And then Adam approaches Joe, and Adam's like, let's grab a drink together. And then Joe's like, could Adam be the killer? But then he's like, nah, because Adam starts asking him for marriage advice with like Phoebe. And he's like, Adam's like, I want to propose to Phoebe, but I'm not ready to give up my freedom or my secrets. And then Joe's like, trying to give him advice. He's like, maybe you should just come clean with Phoebe. Like, tell her all your hidden desires, which is his piss cake. And then Adam reveals that it was actually Roald's idea to invite Joe. And Joe's like, why? This guy hates me. So then back in their rooms, Joe and Kate get kind of intimate. But then they stop themselves before it gets too much. And then Roald knocks on the door, and he's like, hey, Kate, wanna hang out? And Kate is like, nah. And Roald's like, okay. And he leaves. And Joe's like, do you know Roald that well, Kate? Like, are you guys close friends? And Kate is like, yeah, one time he wanted to be more than friends with me. Like, he kind of wanted to date me, but I turned him down, and we're just good friends now. It's like, is Roald in love with Kate, and is that why he hates me? And maybe that means he's the killer? That would give him motive to kill Professor Harding, who is Kate's, like, boyfriend, right? So then, the next morning, what is it? Oh no. So he has this theory, so he sneaks into Roald's room, and then he researches him online. Finds out Roald, of course, rich family. And Roald is a photographer. And Joe looks through Roald's camera and looks through the photos. And there's some really, really creepy photos of Kate, like her getting dressed or undressed, and then like shots up her skirt and everything. So Joe is like, Christ, this guy is a piece of work. And then the next morning, Joe and Kate are sitting next to each other at breakfast, and Gemma is still being insufferable. She's like spanking the waiters and then like just being rude. And then Kate tells Joe that like she despises Gemma. And you're like, yeah, of course. And then, in a surprise move, Roald is like, hey Joe, let's go hunting together. Joe's like, okay. So then they go hunting together, and then he's like, maybe Roald is the killer. And they're hunting together, and Roald's asking him questions about Kate. So it's very obvious that like Roald really likes Kate still. And then in one shot, Roald is standing behind Joe, and he points his gun at the back of Joe's head. He's like aiming while talking to Joe. But then Kate appears and shoots a bird down behind Roald. And then that distracts him. So then Kate and Roald walk off together. And you're like, was Roald trying to murder Joe? Like out of nowhere? And then during their talk, Kate's talking to Roald, and she's like, are you bullying Jonathan? Like, you found someone new to bully? And Roald's like, No, I just don't like you and him together because you need to find someone as good as you. And Kate is like, no, I'm not like you. And then she walks off. And then Joe and Kate see each other in their rooms again, and then they yoink. And then, yeah, they do be yoinking. And then, after that, they're at dinner together with everyone else. And then, Gemma is, like, complaining about how Reese, like, skipped their little hangout trip. And then, out of nowhere, Gemma's like, what if the killer is Jonathan? Because he's, like, new in our friend group. So everyone's like, whoa, 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 whoa. And Gemma's like, yeah, people only started dying when he showed up. And then Kate is like, that is so rude to say. Why would you say that? And then, Raoul challenges Kate a little because he's like, Kate, you think you're too good for us. And then, I don't know, Raoul's like, well, the truth is Kate is the same as the rest of us, you know? That's her secret. And Joe's like, what secret? But then they kind of just like leave it there. And before Raoul can say anything about it, Phoebe comes out. She's brought out by the staff, and she's like pretending to be dead. She's like, eh. And apparently she's like trying to play a murder mystery game with everyone. So she's supposed to be dead, and everyone has to like try to figure out who killed her, you know? Oh wait, I need to mark off Simon because he's gone. Anyways, so the whole friend group is like trying to find clues about the murder mystery. And then Kate confesses to Joe. He's like, actually, my secret is that I'm also rich. It's like a really anticlimactic. You're like, okay. Her secret is that her dad is like one of the most powerful men in the world. And he's an activist, like investor, but he's completely corrupt because like he hurt a lot of people to get to where he was. So Kate's like, I'm estranged and I don't want anything to do with him. And Joe's like, okay. And then, because there's like murders in her friend group now, her dad sent like security guards after her. So they're bonding, stuff like that, you know, the usual. And then, Joe doesn't get into details about like what he's been through, but then he's like, I understand you. I've also been through the most horrible things, even though he hasn't been. Like, he's the one that's been causing it. But anyways, Joe realizes he's like really falling in love with Kate. So he's like, this is bad. And then Joe goes to Raoul's room because he's hoping to find clues on Raoul. But before he can get anywhere, Raoul appears and accuses Joe of being the killer. And then he pushes Joe out the window. It's a pretty far fall, but Joe luckily lands on a little shrub, so he survives. He's like, what the hell? That guy's crazy. So he's walking with a limp, and then he hears a loud scream. And he realizes like Kate is nowhere to be found, so he runs up to her room, and he finds Gemma dead on the floor. There's blood everywhere, and Kate's bent down in front of her holding a knife. You're like, whoa! Now Gemma's gone too. Good grief! She was awful. God. And then next one, Joe's like, oh my god, Kate killed Gemma. But then like, did she really? But then she denies it. She's like, I didn't kill Gemma, I'm not the murderer. So then Joe's like, okay, I'm gonna try to help you cover it up. So then Kate doesn't want to involve the cops because she's like, my dad's gonna find me. So they agree not to call the cops and to just get rid of the body themselves. Question mark. So then, yeah, season 4 is messy. So then the other characters are like having a great time. They're doing the murder mystery, and Adam is like doing excessive amounts of cocaine. Adam is doing cocaine. And Raoul is looking for Joe, because Raoul's like, wait, Joe didn't die. I need to go look for him. Because I need to make sure he doesn't tell everyone that I almost killed him. And then Kate suggests that they hide Gemma's body in the game larder and place her into a chest so like they can carry her down. But before they transport the body, Phoebe storms into the room and starts complaining about her relationship with Adam. And Kate and Joe need her to get out. So Joe quickly tells her that, like, he's like, the truth is, Adam has a kink that he doesn't want to tell you about. And we need you to get out because we are going to yoink each other. And then Phoebe's like, oh my god, sorry. And then she walks out. And then Kate and Joe start to move the chest together with Gemma's body, but then her body falls out from the bottom. And then he's like, ugh. But then he realizes they can just throw her body out the window to like get her down. So they get that, and then Kate starts accusing Joe of being the killer because she's like, you're hiding this body so easily. Like, why is this all so easy to you? Which he probably should have thought about, but she was like, are you so good at getting rid of bodies? Are you the killer? And he's like, the truth is, I found your boyfriend dead on my table, but it wasn't me. Someone's framing me and sending me these texts and stuff. And then he tells Kate, he's like, I used to be married, but then I had to leave my son behind. I don't want to reveal more about it. I'm trying to move on. And then meanwhile, Phoebe goes to Adam. And Phoebe's like, I know, Adam. I know you have a kink that you're hiding from me because Joe told me. And then Adam's like, what the hell? How would Joe know? And then she's like, what is it? She's like, is it pegging? Do you want to be pegged? Like, she's listing all these things, and he's like, what? I mean, no. And then she's like, oh, wait, is it pee? And he's like, yeah. And then she's like, okay, let's try it then. Like, maybe we can get it to work. So they try to like do a little piss action, but then Adam's like, no, I can't do it. It doesn't work with you. I need the person to be like below me. It's like this whole kink he has, or like the person has to be like below his status or something. But then Phoebe gets frustrated and she's like, maybe you don't see me as an equal. We should break up. And then they break up. And she's like, okay, whatever. And then Joe and Kate make it back into the house after hiding Gemma's body. And then Kate realizes that she left her bracelet down in the place where they put Gemma's body into. She's like, oh shoot. So then Joe's like, oh, I'll go. Joe volunteers to go to get it. And then while he's retrieving it, he sees Phoebe. She's standing and she's horrified because the carpet is all bloody. And Kate explains what happens. And she's like, Phoebe, don't tell the others. They can't handle it well. And then Phoebe's like, okay. I don't know what's up with these people. And then they send the staff away and they tell the security guards that Gemma's missing. And then you see that Roald is standing outside the door. And he was listening the whole time. So then Adam spirals after the breakup, and then he tells Roald that he's looking for Joe, because he's like, Joe told Phoebe I had this kink and now she broke up with me. And then Roald's like, what a coincidence. I'm also looking for Joe. And Adam tells Roald, he's like, by the way, Joe is yoinking Kate. And then Roald gets so mad. He's like, Arr! And then a staff member comes in and tells Roald that they spotted Joe. So they go to find him. And then Joe's like completely startled to discover that Roald was behind him, pointing a gun at him. And then Roald brings the rest of the friend group over. He's like, look, Joe's the killer. Hi, Sango. I don't know how long I should keep going. I kind of like want to end stream, but I'm like halfway through season 4. And then Roald is like exposing Joe to everyone. He's like, oh, all these, I told you, Joe's the killer. And then, unfortunately, no one takes him seriously. They're like, ha 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 ha, you're so silly. And then Roald's like, okay, you know what? Gemma's dead, okay? She's dead. And, Joe's the one that killed her. And Joe's like, what? No, you killed her. Joe pulls a, no, you. So Joe's like, no, Roald, you probably killed her, and you probably killed the rest of them because you hated Malcolm, and Adam is like, what? Adam's like, Joe, you murderer! So they're all like turning against each other, right? And then Joe punches Adam and knocks him out. So they're all like, oh my god, Joe attacked Adam! He is the murderer! So then we're all just like, okay, I'm gonna give you a head start to run. And you better start running because I'm gonna kill you. So then Joe runs out into the woods. And he gets the upper hand by approaching Raoul from the back and attacking him. And then Kate and Phoebe show up to the rest of the group and they're like, what happened? And then they tell them like, Joe's the murderer, he killed Gemma. And Kate's like, no, he didn't, you idiots. And then she orders like the security to go help Joe. After Joe attacks Raoul though, he's surprised by Reese. Reese shows up out of nowhere. Like, you know, the guy that didn't go on the trip with them, he shows up out of nowhere. And Reese is like, hello. And then he picks up a gun and knocks both of them out. So then Joe wakes up in a dungeon. And then he realizes that him and Raoul are both chained up. And he's like, wait. The killer is Reese, my new bestie. He's like, what? And then Reese is like, yeah. I've been sending you these text messages and everything. And Joe's like, why would you do this? And then Reese is like, well, I did a lot of digging on you and I felt inspired by your ability to evade punishment for your crimes. So I want to pin all the murders on Roald, but you had to kill him first. And then Reese doesn't unchain Joe. He like simply is like, okay, you figure out how to kill him. Bye. And then Joe's like, I do think Raoul deserves to die, but I don't want to take orders from Reese. So before he can do anything, he has to break out of the chains, right? And then Reese reveals that his plan was to frame Joe for Malcolm's murder, and he's still considering doing that if Joe doesn't kill Raoul. So then Reese knocks a candle over to like burn down the whole place, and then he leaves. And then Kate is tired of waiting, so she goes to look for Joe. And then Adam wakes up in Phoebe's arms because he got knocked out, remember? And what was it? Adam wakes up and then they make up. They're like, I still love you. And then they start to smell smoke, so they're like, what the hell? And down in the dungeon, Raoul wakes up. And Joe is finally able to break free. So then, in a big surprise turn of events, Joe frees Raoul from his chains and he saves him. And they attempt to escape through the ceiling, but it's not working until Kate finds them because she sees smoke coming out. So she saves both of them and then the mansion goes up in flames. And then they all leave the mansion together. And Joe's trying to deal with his new reality of like, hey, my friend Reese is the one that's been framing me and like murdering these people. And then Kate knocks on his door. She's like, let's go out to have drinks. And then he's like, no. Because he likes her, but he doesn't want her to get any closer because he's like, Reese is gonna kill her. And then she's like really pissed. So she leaves and then Joe continues watching the news. He learns that Reese is running for mayor and that he decides he needs to stop him as soon as possible. And then, next episode, Joe is in the press conference that Reese is holding as mayor. He's running for mayor. He's answering all the questions. So at this point, Joe is like, okay, Reese, this guy has killed like 2 people. He's trying to frame it on me. And he's running for mayor. Like, this is a mess. Oh, he killed 3 people. Never mind. He's like, this is a mess. And I had to stop him. So Joe is like, I had to break into Reese's like apartment or something. I had to find out more about him. So he's trying to look for evidence. And then meanwhile, there's a photographer in the crowd that like has seen Joe before, and the photographer is like looking at him a little bit strange. He saw him at Simon's funeral also, so Joe's looking for where Reese lives on the internet and everything, and he overhears a conversation between Kate and Roald. So they're like blah 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 blah. And then Kate is like, you should come to our fundraiser. And Roald's like, nah, I'm traveling to St. Bart's with my family. And then he takes his phone off his pocket, Joe, and he sees an invitation from Phoebe to Kate's charity event at Sundry House again. So he's like, oh man, I have to go to this charity event to make sure Kate is okay. And then at the party, Adam, this blonde guy, he's trying to sell a bunch of cars to this guy named Steve because he's in financial trouble. And then he decides not to sell them because he's like, you're not paying me enough. And then Steve is like, I'll give you a lot of money in exchange for your car collection, but you also had to propose to Phoebe. If Phoebe accepts your proposal, then you'll get to keep the money. But if Phoebe rejects you, then the deal is off. And they shake on the deal. And it's because Phoebe is richer than like Adam, so Adam is like, if I can get Phoebe to marry me, then I can use her money kind of thing, right? So Phoebe enters the room and she's like, I feel like someone's following us and like watching us. And then Adam's like, it's nothing like that. He doesn't take her seriously at all. And then Joe arrives to his apartment and he finds Reese like sitting in his living room. And Reese is like just there. And Joe's like, what the hell? And Reese is explaining the reason he killed all those people. And he's like, well, they would have ruined my image for my mayoral campaign. So I had to get rid of them. And the conversation ends with Reese blackmailing Joe again and everything. And he demands Joe find a person to frame all the murders on. Or he's like, I'm gonna pin it on you. And then Joe arrives for the charity event. And the photographer from like earlier is there again. Except this time she's like pretending to be a waitress. And she's watching Joe walk by. So you're like, why is this person watching him? And then at the party, Kate reassures Phoebe that the police will be at the event and like will watch over them. And Joe approaches Kate and Phoebe, and then Kate walks away. And then while conversing, Phoebe is like gossiping about her friends and everything. And then she talks about this guy named Connie. And then she's like, oh, we can frame... Joe's like, I can frame Connie for the murders and everything. What the? My mom texts me. Anyways, so then Phoebe and, what was it? Where was I? Oh yeah. So then the waitress that, like, was looking at Joe approaches Phoebe, and she's like, hey Phoebe, the police asked me to escort you to a safe room. And Phoebe's like, what? For what? Why? What are we hiding from? And then the waitress takes Phoebe away, and they make it to the elevator. But then the elevator door opens and Nadia appears. Joe's student Nadia appears. And then Nadia's like, oh my god, Phoebe! Because Phoebe's like very famous. I'm surprised only 3 people died in season 4. Only 3? How do you know? We'll see. And then Nadia's like, I'm such a big fan of you, Phoebe! And everything. And hold on, I need to reply to my mom. Okay. And then Nadia's like, can I get a photo? Can I get a photo of you, Phoebe? Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to meet you. And then Phoebe's like, yeah, sure. But then the photographer is like, no, you can't get a photo of Phoebe. We're in an emergency right now. And Phoebe's like, we are? Like, she's really confused. And Nadia's also confused. And also, Nadia is very, very smart. She's a smart girl. So Nadia's like, that's really suspicious. And then they go in the elevator, and then Nadia's like, So Nadia finds Joe, and Nadia's like, oh my god, Professor Moore! And Joe's like, Nadia, what are you doing here? And she's like, well, I got invited as a +1. And he's like, +1 to who? And then Eddie shows up next to Nadia. Ah! And Joe is like, oh. Because he was already like kind of seeing them together. He's like, oh, these two are gonna get married because they fight all the time. But then they show up together at the party. And Joe's like, oh? Hey, yo. He's like, hey, yo, are you two a thing now? And then Eddie's like, well, we are whatever she says we are. Eddie's like, it's all her. She's the one in charge. And then Nadia's like laughing a little bit. And then she's like, yeah, I'm his +1, blah, blah, blah. And they're getting along really well. So you're like, oh my god, are they dating? That's so cute. Because, like, everyone ships them, right? And then Joe's like, good for you. And then Nadia is telling him, like, she's like, oh, actually, I saw something really suspicious. And Joe's like, suspicious? What is it? And Nadia tells him, like, well, I saw Phoebe with, like, this waitress, and I tried to get a photo with her, but then the waitress, like, wouldn't let me, and she seemed to be in a big hurry. Something about, like, having to put Phoebe in a safe room. And, Joe's like, huh? Meanwhile, the waitress locks the door into a hotel room and makes Phoebe sit on the couch and everything. And Phoebe's like, what's going on? Where are the police? And then the waitress is like, the police aren't doing their jobs to find the killer. And then she's like, it was my idea to bring you to a safe room to protect you. And Phoebe's like, wait, what? Who are you? Phoebe's like, who are you? What the hell? And then the waitress is like, don't worry, I'll protect you. And she goes into her bag and takes out like a padlock and locks the door. And Phoebe starts panicking. She realizes like this person is a person who's been following her and like stalking her. So she tries to walk to the door, but then the waitress, her name's Dawn, is like, you're not going anywhere. And then everyone downstairs is like trying to search for Dawn and Phoebe, and they're like, where did she go? And then Dawn tries to calm Phoebe down, but it makes her even more nervous. Phoebe's like, what's going on? And then Phoebe tries to like gain Dawn's trust, and then Dawn like opens up to her a little bit, and you find out Dawn has like this I forgot what it's called. It's like a disorder where you're like obsessed with someone, and then you kind of have like this fake relationship with them in your head. So this waitress like saw Phoebe on the TV and has been following her for like years, and then she's like, we have a connection and stuff like that. And then TB's like, oh, this person's like mentally ill. I have to get out of here. And then the waitress tells Phoebe, is like, hey, your fiance Adam is using you for money. And then, hi Arrow. Hello. Yes, this is taking forever. And then, he's like, Adam's using you for money, and he's gonna propose to you only so he can get your money. And Phoebe's like, that's not true. And the waitress is like, no, it is. But Phoebe doesn't believe her, right? So then, Joe finally finds the hotel room because Nadia tipped him off, so he's like looking for it. Finds the hotel room, he enters, and he tries to get Dawn to like put the knife down and everything. And then while Dawn is speaking, Phoebe grabs a hold of the knife and like yanks it from her hand. And then just in time, the police are able to barge in, and then they hold Dawn down and everything. And inside the waitress's bag, they find Simon's ear. Simon over here. And you're like, wait, what? So the police arrest her for the kidnapping and also for Simon's murder. And you realize that Joe planted it there. Like, he took the opportunity to plant Simon's ear in the bag. So you're like, oh my god. And that's not all. Nadia, who followed Joe, she's standing outside the hotel room. And she saw the whole thing happen. And Nadia, once again, one of Joe's smartest students, he's like, I don't know, she's like a star student, right? So she sees all this happen. And she's not suspicious of the waitress. She is suspicious of Joe because she is a very smart cookie. And she's looking and she's like, something's not right. Like, all these coincidences are adding up too well in her head. She's like, something's not right with my teacher. So she's putting things together and she's highly suspicious. And now you're worried because you're like, no, Nadia. Like, anyone that catches on to him, they're gone, right? So you're like, no. And then the next day, Adam proposes to Phoebe, and she rejects him. Because she's like, I know you're using me for money. And then Adam's like, that's not true. I'm not marrying you for your money. And Phoebe's like, I don't believe you. If you really do love me, then you'll sort out your financial, like, debt and problems first before you come and ask me to marry you. And Adam is, like, distraught because Adam's like, frick, because he was gonna use her for money. So Adam's like, no, now I lost my chance to pay off my debt and everything, right? And then, I don't know, something about Kate. She was like hooking up with someone, but then she like broke it off. I don't really remember. But then, in the last scene, Joe goes back to his apartment and he finds Reese sitting at the table, and Reese is like, I have one final task for you to do, and then I'll stop bothering you. And Joe's final task is to kill Kate's father, Tom Lockwood, because Tom is running against Reese or something. Like, they have beef. Okay, so Reese is like, if you kill Tom, I'll leave you alone forever. I'll let you go, and I won't frame you for anything. So Joe's like, ugh. And then, next episode opens up with Joe and Kate going on a date together. They enjoy each other's company. And then Joe's like thinking about how everything between them will change once her dad comes into town, right? And then there's a flashback. He's remembering him talking to Reese about having to kill Tom. And Joe's like, why do you want to kill him? Does he have incriminating information on you? And Reese is like, well, I have nothing to hide. But like, Joe knows he's lying, right? So he's like, I had to get close to Kate's dad, Tom, to find out how I can take down Reese. So the flashback ends, and Joe and Kate are on a date. They talk about food, blah, blah, blah. I don't really care about their date, so anyways. A Star in Space speaks for me real. Oh my god, if only you heard season 3. That was crazy. Anyways, and then, yeah, I'm good. And then, the date ends with Joe convincing Kate to like have a little dinner with her dad. He's like, why don't I have dinner with you and your dad? And Kate is like, I don't really want to. And Joe's like, no, come on, it'll be okay. And Kate's like, okay. So Kate agrees to let Joe come to dinner with her and her dad, Tom. Now the next day at university, Nadia is stressed. Eddie and Nadia are in the library together, and Nadia is stressed out of her mind because she is starting to suspect Joe. She knows something is wrong, and she's really smart, and she's overthinking it, and she can't get it out of her head, so she's super stressed out. And Eddie, the sweet boy he is, he's like, hey Nadia, what's wrong? You look really stressed. And Nadia's like, I don't know, Eddie. I don't think I can talk to you about this. And Eddie is like, oh, come on, Nadia, you can talk to me about everything. Like, I care about you. And he's like, I know we're not actually dating, but I do care about you, you know, because they're, like, not official. And she's like, thanks, Eddie. And then Eddie's like, you can tell me anything. So Nadia's like, okay. So she starts opening up to Eddie about how she's suspicious of Joe, their teacher. She's like, all of this is just not adding up. Like, he moves here, he joins his friend group, and our other teacher just happened to die. And then, like, those other two died too. And she's like, it's so weird that he just happened to be in the room where Phoebe was taken. And then they just happened to find evidence of Simon's murder in that room after I told him about it. And it's also weird how he was also the hero of the mansion fire. Because after the mansion fire, he was like kind of written as the hero. They're like, oh, he saved everyone. Because he saved worlds, right? So Nadia's like, all of this is just really weird. Every single time he comes out being like the hero that like saved everyone. And Eddie is like, Eddie's trying to be like loving, you know? But he thinks it's like kind of crazy. But like he's trying to be supportive. So he's like, Oh, Nadia, don't overthink it. Like, this is kind of crazy. And Nadia's like, yeah, I know. I just can't get it out of my head. And Eddie is like, well, it's okay. Well, how about this? I'll help you. We can like brainstorm together and stuff. Because he's trying to be supportive. And she's like, okay, thanks, Eddie. And you're like, oh, they're so cute. Eddie's so nice. Anyways, meanwhile, Joe is searching for information on Tom before he meets him for dinner, right? Based on his research, he's like, oh wow, Kate wasn't lying. Her dad is like super powerful. And then at dinner, Tom keeps like making jabs at Joe that imply that he knows who Joe really is. Because again, he's using the name Jonathan. And while Kate goes to the bathroom or something, Tom is like, I know who you really are, Joe. And Joe's like, what the hell? And he's like, I know who you are, and I know what you did to that girl, Love Quinn. Like, I know what you did to Love. And Joe's like, I don't know what you're talking about. And then Joe's like, whatever. He's like making up a bunch of lies. And then later, Tom reveals to Kate that he's like, hey, I bought a whole museum in New York to give you as a gift. And then Kate is like, I do not want that because I do not want to be associated with you and your like rich ass lifestyle. So then Kate is like, nope. And she leaves again, and Tom is asking Joe more hard-hitting questions about Love. He's like, Joe, have you killed anyone before? And Joe's like, what? And he keeps changing the topic, you know, he's like trying to avoid answering. And then Joe brings up the topic of Reese. He's like trying to change topic. So Tom is like, Joe, I need you to bring incriminating information on Reese so that I can take him down and kick him out of running for mayor. So this is really complicated. Reese is telling Joe to help him kill Tom, and Tom is telling Joe to help him find information to take Reese down. So it's like a whole triangle situation. And Joe's like, you know what? I'm gonna team up with Tom. I'm not gonna kill Tom because I need to take down Reese because he's the one killing these people and framing me, right? So he's like, okay. And then back at Kate's apartment, Kate is telling Phoebe, she's like, I need to put you in a mental hospital because you're really struggling with your mental health ever since the stalker situation. And Phoebe's like, okay, I agree. But then, before Kate can get Phoebe into the mental hospital, Adam bursts in. And this, like, douchebag, he starts manipulating her. He's like, come on, Phoebe, don't go. Like, I actually do truly love you. It's not for your money. Like, he's like lying. And then he proposes to her again. And this time, Phoebe, who's like on anxiety meds, like she's on medication. She's like anxious. She's like freaked out. She's in like the most weakest like state she can be in. She accepts his proposal because he's like, I love you so much. I'll take care of you forever. Blah, 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 blah. And then Phoebe's like, oh, Adam, okay. And then she agrees, and Kate's like, no, because obviously Adam just wants her money, right? And then Adam starts switching Phoebe onto Kate. Adam's like, Kate doesn't care about you. She doesn't want us to be happy. She doesn't want me to marry you. She doesn't want you to have a nice life, like everything like that. And Kate's like, that's not true. And then Phoebe leaves with Adam, and Kate is like, man. And then later, Joe sets up cameras in his apartment because he wants to get a confession out of Reese once like everything is over. But then Reese notices he's being recorded, so Joe's whole plan fails because Reese is like, nice try. And then Reese shows Joe Marianne's passport. He's like, if you don't kill Tom within 24 hours, I'm gonna kill Marianne. So Joe's like, oh my god. So Joe's like, okay, I have to kill Tom. So Joe invites Tom to the university because the rooms have no cameras there. And then as Joe is about to stab Tom from behind, Tom turns around and he knows what Joe's about to do. Like, he knows Joe's about to kill him. So he starts talking to Joe about Reese. He's like, hey, I know what you're doing this for. I know that Reese put you up to this. And then he brings up Love again. And he tells Joe he believes that Joe killed Love. And he's saying, you know what? That doesn't bother me. I don't care that you murdered her. And Joe's like, what? And then He's like, in fact, I'm gonna applaud you for it. You know, you committed murder and you got away with it. I can help you take down Reese. So you're like, bruh, Kate's dad is like psycho. Everyone here is just psychotic. And Tom tells Joe that Reese is hiding at his ex-wife's house after being accused of fraud. And he explains how Reese is alone and unprotected at the house right now. And Joe realizes that Tom's like telling him this information because he wants him to kill Reese. So Joe's like, okay, and then Tom gives him the address to where Reese is, and then Joe leaves. At Joe's apartment, Nadia finds out where Joe lives, okay? She tried to drop it, but she just couldn't get it out of her head. She was doing research on Joe, like she finds out what happened and everything, and then well, she doesn't know like everything that happened, but she's just like, she needs evidence, right? So Nadia goes to where Joe lives, and she breaks into the apartment, and it's so messed up because now you're like worried. You're like, Nadia, no. And she breaks into the apartment to find information on him. She finds a book in his apartment. She opens it, and there's a key. And then Eddie messages Nadia, and Eddie is like, Nadia, the street is still going. And Eddie messages Nadia, and Eddie's like, Nadia, Joe's about to go home. And then Eddie's like, be careful, he's about to go home. He sends her photos, and Nadia's like, oh my god. And she's like, okay. And then she sees because okay. My mom called for 50 minutes. I thought it was over. Yeah, I'm trying to make it quick. We're almost at the end. I like started speed talking, so probably no one understands what's happening in season 4. Anyways, the only thing you need to know right now, Jay, is God, so much happened. There was a house mansion fire that Joe ended up saving Raoult from, so he was hailed as a hero. And Joe finds out that Reese is the one that's been killing everyone, his new best friend. And he's trying to frame him for it, so he's like using him. And this whole friend group is crazy, and Adam wants to marry Phoebe for her money. So Adam's like trying to manipulate her, but then Phoebe broke up with Adam. And then Adam's like really pissed because he needs to pay off his debt and he needs Phoebe's money. And there's a whole like stalker incident. God, how do I recap this? There's a whole stalker incident where this person like tried to kidnap Phoebe, so she has like PTSD. She's like traumatized from the incident, so she's like high on like anxiety meds and everything. And Adam takes the opportunity to manipulate her into marrying him again. He proposes again while she's like on meds and like her mental state is like a mess. He proposes again and she accepts. And Kate is like, no, because Kate is trying to send her to a mental hospital so she can recover. But then Adam came in. Adam's like, don't trust Kate. She doesn't want us to be together. She doesn't want you to be happy. So then he successfully manipulates Phoebe into going with him. God. Oh, okay. And then the kidnapping incident. This is another thing you need to know, Jay, by the way. So the kidnapping incident happened at a party. It was like a charity event. And Joe was there, right? And the person that noticed Phoebe was getting kidnapped was Nadia. Because while Phoebe was heading to the elevator with the kidnapper, the elevator door opens and Nadia steps out. And you're like, Nadia? What is she doing here, right? She's his student. And Nadia's like, oh my god, Phoebe, can I get a photo with you? Because Phoebe's famous. And then Phoebe was like, no. Yes, you can. And then the person kidnapping Phoebe was like, actually, she can't. And then she like takes Phoebe away. Nadia's like, that was suspicious. So Nadia goes to Joe because she recognizes him. She's like, hey, Professor. And Joe's like, Nadia, what are you doing here? This is a party for like the super rich. And Nadia's like, oh, well, I came as a +1 to someone who's super rich. And then Eddie steps out next to her. It's so cute. And then Joe's like, Eddie? Like he called it because he was like, oh, they're gonna get married. And then Eddie is like, hey. And then, hey, Professor. And then Joe's like, Eddie? Nadia? Are you guys dating? And Eddie's like, well, we haven't, I don't know, it's up to Nadia, basically. Eddie's like, Nadia's the one that wears the pants in this relationship, so it's whatever she says. And Nadia's like, yeah, damn right. And then Nadia tells Joe about her suspicions of Phoebe being kidnapped. So then Joe is like, oh, and then Joe ends up finding where Phoebe was being held, and he saves Phoebe, right? But then he takes the opportunity to put Simon's ear inside the kidnapper's bag, so he successfully frames the kidnapper for Simon's death also. And while he's doing that and the police are arresting the kidnapper, Nadia sees it all happen. And Nadia, who's his brightest student, she's already piecing things together. She's like, something is really suspicious. So she's suspecting him. She's like, it's really weird. All these coincidences are really weird. Right? So the next day at university, Nadia's like stressed out of her mind because she's piecing all these things together. Like, Professor Moore shows up and then suddenly Professor Harding dies. And Professor Moore is friends with these people, and then suddenly, like, these two die. And she's, like, linking these all together. And she's like, and for some reason, he always makes it out on the other side as the hero. Like, he was hailed the hero of the whole, like, mansion fire. And he was hailed the hero again for, like, Phoebe's kidnapping. So Nadia's like, something's not right. And she's, like, stressed out of her mind. And then Eddie notices, because Eddie's, like, a really caring guy. And they're in the library together. And Eddie's like, what's wrong, Nadia? You look so stressed. And Nadia's like, I don't want to involve you, Eddie. Like, I'm afraid. And Eddie's like, it's okay. You can tell me anything. So then she tells Eddie all her suspicions. And Eddie thinks she's, like, kind of crazy for it. But Eddie's also very smart. So he's like, huh, I guess that is suspicious. So he's like, you know what? I'm going to help you. Like, let's find out more about this, okay? Will that make you feel better? Because all he wants to do is be like a caring boyfriend, okay? Eddie is just a good guy in love, alright? So she's like, okay. And then we're back to what I was talking about. That Nadia broke into his apartment because she's like, I need more evidence. She couldn't get it out of her head. So then she finds like a book and a key and everything. And then Eddie texts her a photo because he was also doing some research, right? So he texts her a photo of Joe coming from an Indian restaurant. And it's the same Indian restaurant that he took Kate to on like their first date. So Nadia's like, okay, let me go to that restaurant. So Nadia decides to visit the Indian restaurant, but she doesn't find anything. She looks around and she sees an abandoned building covered with caution tape. And then she's like, she enters the building. And meanwhile, while that's happening, Joe visits Reese's location, right, to capture Reese. And then he wants to torture him until he gets information on where Marianne is. And then Reese is like, I don't know who Marianne is. I don't know who you are. And then Joe gets like super pissed and he starts strangling Reese. He strangles Reese until Reese dies. But then another person walks in and it's Reese. It's someone who looks exactly like Reese. Like a clone. And Joe is like, what? Joe thinks he's tripping balls. Because Joe's like, I just killed him. And then another one walked in. So he's like tripping balls. And then he's like, what's going on? Did I not kill Reese? And the clone is like, no, you did. And then Joe's like, what? Tripping balls? Ace moment. Yeah, Reese squared. And then at this point, like, I'm like, does he have a twin? Like, what's going on, right? So then the clone tells Joe, he's like, I know where Marianne is. She's locked up somewhere. And then back in the abandoned building, Nadia is walking, she's looking around, and she goes into a basement, and she sees a plexiglass cage, and Marianne is inside! What? Crazy! It was such a... Oh my god, this twist was crazy. Because this whole time, in Joe's flashbacks, Marianne's in, like, Paris. And he keeps getting flashbacks of, like, them meeting in Paris. And then he left to England because he's like, I'm gonna give her space. So what is she doing in the little cage? What? And then Nadia's the one that found her. Nadia just, like... God, Nadia's actress is phenomenal. The fear on her face was so, like... Oh, it was so realistic. I felt so bad. She sees Mary in a cage and she's like, oh my god. And then, next episode, there's a flashback on the day Marianne left Paris to go to London for the art fair, right? So you rewatch the whole scene that you already saw before. Joe finds Marianne at the art fair, they have a conversation, and then you watch the scene where Joe takes her necklace. But you don't see what happened to Marianne after he took her necklace previously, right? So then it shows after he steals her necklace, he doesn't let her get on the train to leave like he had remembered in his imagination. Instead, he put a drug in her coffee. And then when she drank it, she passes out. So you're like, oh my god, he never let her go. So she wakes up in his apartment and she's like strapped to a chair. And she's like, what the hell? She's like, Joe, let me go, please. Like, I have a daughter. Please, I just want to get back to my daughter, Joe. Like, I'm sorry what happened between us. Just let me go. But Joe's not acting like himself. He's completely zoned out. And he's like detached from reality. He's like watching videos of Reese, which is really weird because in the beginning he didn't know him at all. Like in the beginning of the season, Nadia's the one that gave him the book, right? Introduced him to Reese Montrose. But at this point, Marianne's in his apartment and he's watching like Reese give speeches. He's watching like videos about him on YouTube. Like he keeps watching videos of this guy Reese. So then Marianne is like begging Joe to let her go. She's like, please, I just want to be my daughter. But Joe doesn't listen to her at all, which is like really bizarre because he really like loved and cared about her, it seems like. But now he's just like is completely ignoring her. So then one day he puts Marianne in a crate and then brings her to the building and leaves her in a cage. And she tries to fight him but then fails. And Joe leaves her in a cage, and he constantly brings her food every day, okay? The same thing he did to the other victims. But then one day, he just stops bringing food. One day, he just doesn't show up anymore. And then, we cut back to the present time. Nadia finds Marianne in the cage. And Nadia's like, holy shit! And then, we go back to Joe talking to the clone of Reese. And his clone is like, actually, Joe, you know where Marianne is. Because you're the one that kidnapped her. And then Joe's like, no, I didn't. I would never do that. I love Marianne. And he's like, no, you did. And, well, you should bury me now. And then Joe's like, what? The, like, clone disappears. So you're, like, thinking he's hallucinating. And then he's, like, super mentally unstable, basically, at this point. Like, you knew he was mentally unstable, but now you're like, oh, he's, like, actually going insane. Like, all of this is catching up to him. So then, way more trippy, yeah. So then, later at Joe's apartment, he's having a conversation with the imaginary, like, Reese again, right? He's, like, continuing to imagine, a conversation, and then Reese explains to Joe that, like, you know, hey, I actually never met you until you came to kill me. And Joe's like, that's not true. We're friends. And Reese is like, no, you've never spoken to me. All those times you were talking to no one, Joe. You're talking to yourself. And Joe's like, that's not true. And then Reese is like, it is. And you also imagined all the text messages you were receiving. And Joe's like, I don't understand what's happening. And then Reese is explaining to him, like, you imagined me as the killer because you wanted so badly to, like, separate yourself. So what happened to Joe is his mind kind of, like, split. So he dissociated, like, completely. And then, because he wanted so badly to, like, escape from his own actions and everything. So Reese is explaining to him, like, that's what happened. You didn't want to see yourself as a serial killer anymore. So you've been imagining the person you were obsessed with as the killer instead. And you're like, whoa! And it's this whole, like, new thing. Basically, you find out that Joe doesn't just become, like, romantically obsessed with people. Like, he just becomes obsessed, period. And his obsessions don't, like, limit to just women. So you find out he was actually obsessed with this guy and he like made it all up in his head. They're like this fake relationship, and it's like so trippy, and I can't explain it with the limited time I have, so I won't elaborate more, but you can like search up things about it. It was so trippy. Anyways, but this whole time Joe was the one killing everyone. So he did kill these people, but he thought, you know, it was his other self. And then basically Reese became like all the bad things that Joe was trying to dissociate from. So he spends the rest of the episode trying to figure out where he put Marianne, because he doesn't remember. He's like, where would I do? Where would I put this woman? And then he's like freaking out. Now back at the building, Nadia leaves, and then she comes back with food because she knows Marianne is like starving, because Marianne's like, please, just give me food. So Nadia's like, okay. So Nadia gets her food, she comes back. And then Marianne is like, I need to get out of here. And Nadia comes up with a plan. Nadia has a really good plan to get Marianne out of the cage, because Nadia, very smart girl, his brightest student. And then at the same time, you see Joe walking into an abandoned building, and he turns the knob, and you're like, and then next episode. God, we're almost at the end. So now Joe finds Marianne. He walks in, and Marianne is there. He doesn't see Nadia though, so you're like, oh, maybe Nadia hid or something. He sees Marianne, and he's horrified, because this is proof that he did all of this, right? But he doesn't remember, so now he comes to terms with it all. And he's like apologizing to her, and he's like, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to do this, I'm gonna get you out of here, okay? And then but he can't help her out now, because he has a wedding to go to, and he agreed to go with Kate, and it's Adam and Phoebe's wedding. Those little psychos. So Joe leaves, and then Nadia comes out. And Nadia's like, oh my god, it really is my teacher. And Nadia's like, okay, I'm gonna help you out of here. And Marianne's like, you can't call the cops. And Marianne says, like, because as long as he is alive, as long as Joe is alive, he'll continue to come after me. And he'll continue to hurt more people. Like, him being arrested or anything, like, none of it is gonna help. He'll find a way out, and he'll find a way to, like, ruin more people's lives. So, Joe cannot live, is basically what she's saying. And, Marianne's like, I have to figure out a plan so that I and my daughter can be safe forever, and I'll kill him if I have to. And Nadia's like, And Nadia's like, okay, I have an idea. I can get ketamine from my boyfriend, and we can knock him out, okay? And then we can put him in a cage. And then Marianne's like, just get me a knife also. And then Nadia's like, okay. And apparently Nadia can get ketamine from Eddie, because Eddie's family runs like a pharmaceutical thing. So she's like, oh, I'll just ask Eddie. But I'm like, Eddie didn't do anything. Please, leave him out of this. But poor Eddie, he just wants to be a good boyfriend. I'm so messed up. Anyways, so then Adam and Phoebe are like having their party. And then, while Kate is waiting there, she overhears Adam saying like, okay, I'll get all the money once I marry Phoebe, and I'll expand the house to more locations, blah, blah, blah. And then Kate goes to tell Phoebe about it, but then Phoebe is like too far gone already, you know? She's like on drugs, she's drinking, and then she tells her like, hey, Adam said this, and Phoebe is like, get out! You know, Phoebe's like, I don't care! And then, so back at home, Joe's like trying to figure out how he can leave the country after he lets Marianne go. He's like trying to set up a fake passport. And then Reese like asks him, he's like, have you checked your freezer? And then Joe's like, what? He goes to the freezer and there's a gun there. Apparently Joe stole it when he killed the bodyguard. And then Reese is like, you should just kill Marianne because she doesn't deserve to suffer. But Joe's like, no. He's like, no, I'm gonna go see Kate one more time before I leave. So then Joe gets there, and Kate is like, Joe, you have to help me. Adam's using Phoebe, and they're trying to get married, and he's using her. And then Joe's like, okay, I'll help you stop the wedding. So Kate pulls out a bottle of pills, and she's like, I found these in Phoebe's room. They're like serious tranquilizers. and I'm worried something's gonna happen to Phoebe. And then Jill's like, okay, I'll talk to Phoebe if you distract Adam. And then they both get kicked out of the party because it doesn't work. So then they walk home together, and Joe's like, this might be the last time I ever see you, Kate. He gets very sentimental. He says like super sweet things to her, and he like kisses her. He's like, I'll call you. And then Phoebe and Adam get married, sadly. Phoebe's like out of her mind, and they're intoxicated. And then Phoebe starts freaking out, and she starts like running away. And the next morning, Kate gets a phone call that she had a psychotic break, basically. Like, people found her in public. It's all over the news, and she's being sent to like a facility. So Kate was like, damn, Adam is like freaking awful. So then Tom is like, her dad is like, I want you to work with me, Kate, and everything. It's like this whole Kate storyline that like I don't really care for. But she's like, no, this is my life. So then she like denies it. And then Joe shows back up with food and coffee for Marianne. He's like, here's some food. I have a plan so that like you can be with your daughter again, and I'm gonna run away. And then Marianne was like, can you check my phone for me? And then he checks her phone for her, and it's like really bad news. Basically, Marianne's been gone for so long. Like, her friends and family just assume she relapsed. Like, they don't think she's missing. They think she just relapsed and like went somewhere. And then her friend Beatrice like texted her and was like, you shouldn't come back because Juliet's grandma's taking custody of her. And Jill reluctantly tells this to Marianne. And Marianne's like breaking down, and she's like, just kill me, Jill. Like, I'm so tired of this. I just want it to be over, and I might not see my daughter ever again. And then Jill's little hallucination of Reese is like, yeah, you should kill her. And then he tries to get like Reese out of his head, right? So he takes Phoebe's tranquilizers and then passes out. But what happens next is like way worse, because he has vivid dreams and things of like people who have been haunting him. He has like this whole trip episode where he sees Beck again, and Beck has like this long monologue with him, and it's like so haunting. It's so haunting. She like talks to him, and then Love also talks to him, and it's just like this really haunting dream. And he goes to, in the dream he goes to Marianne's cage, but like he can't figure out the passcode and everything. And then in his dream, Marianne goes into anaphylactic shock from peanut allergy, which is what he did to Benji. So he's like living through all his murders again. And it's like this whole sequence. He like sees Gemma and everything. And then, gosh, it's like a really well shot sequence too. It's amazing. And then Love talks to him, and Love's sitting at a bookshelf, and then she's like blaming him for this pattern he has. And then she's like, you're going to continue to like hunt women down and kill them, you know? Like, this isn't gonna stop. This is just who you are. So then Love gives him the key, and then she basically implies like someone has to die for all of this to end. And she's kind of implying that it has to be him. She's basically like, KYS! And then his dream is over. He grabs the gun out of the freezer, and he's like, okay, I know what the answer is. I had to kill myself. And Reese is like, no you don't. You don't want to die. And Jill's like, no, I'm done with this. I'm gonna kill myself. So then, meanwhile, blah blah blah. Phoebe is in the mental hospital, and then Adam is already cheating on her with like other people. But then these group of people walk in and basically take him out. And you can kind of tell that it was Kate's dad that like did it to like help her. But anyways, it doesn't really matter. Anyways, Tom's like, her dad's like, you need to move to New York. And Kate's like, I don't know. I want to live my own life or whatever. And then Nadia, back to Nadia, she ends up getting the ketamine and stuff, right? Hold on, let me text my mom. I'm almost done, I promise, guys. I'm sorry. And then Nadia gets the ketamine and like all the supplies she needs from Eddie. And Eddie is like freaked out, like understandably, right? And he's like, Nadia, what do you need ketamine for? He's like super worried. He's like, why are you asking for all these supplies? Like, what's going on? And then he's like, are you using me? Like, are you dating me just so you can get access to these things? And she's like, no, Eddie, that's not true. And then Eddie starts to feel like he's not like a good boyfriend. And he's like, why? What am I doing wrong? Like, you keep blowing me off even though I just want to go on a date with you and stuff. Eddie's like, I just want to do boyfriend things. And then Nadia, like, you don't really care about me. So I'm starting to get kind of insecure. And Nadia's like, no, Eddie, it's not true. And she's like, I'll tell you, okay? Just not now. Please just trust me. And he's like, oh, okay, Nadia. Because he's such a good guy. And then Nadia leaves with the supplies. And before she can help Marianne, though, Joe shows up and finds Marianne, like, unconscious. So he opens the door and sees pills on the ground. So it's like, did she overdose? And then we are finally at the last part, guys. The last part. So Joe, he's like, I've decided I'm gonna kill myself, but there's a few things I need to do first. I need to help Marianne. So he thinks she's dead, but he's like trying to let her go. So he puts her body like on a bench somewhere that she'll be found, because he wants, even if she's dead, he wants his daughter to like at least get closure, you know, that like your mom, you know, she didn't abandon you, you know, she was just killed by me. Stuff like that. So at the university, Joe's in the middle of class and Nadia's like freaking out of it. Like Nadia can't look at him or anything. She's like missing. And then Joe's like starting to get kind of worried about Nadia. So he notices Nadia's like out of it too. And then all the kids, like their phones go off and it's like news articles about how Reese was found dead. So Joe's like, oh shoot, I need to get out ASAP. And then after this, Eddie confronts Nadia again, and Eddie is like, Nadia, I'm tired of doing all these things for you, and like you not explaining to me what's going on. Can you please just like let me help you? And Nadia's like, okay, I don't want to drag you into this, but I'll tell you. So Nadia opens up to Eddie. She's like, I saw like all this stuff happening, and I'm suspicious of our teacher. And she shows him an article of Love's murder suicide. And she's like piecing all these things together for Eddie. And she's like, this wasn't just a murder suicide. Like, I feel like I know what happened. And they're discussing it together because they're little smart cookies, okay? They're like a smart power couple. And Eddie's like, okay, yeah, this is serious. And Nadia's like, I have proof, like just follow me, right? So Nadia brings Eddie to the little basement with the cage, except the cage isn't there anymore. So Nadia's like, no, I swear I wasn't making it up. Like, I swear it's all real, and she's freaking out. And Eddie is like kind of skeptical, but she's like, okay. He's like, okay, I believe you. Like, don't worry, I believe you, Nadia. It's okay. So back at Joe's place, he's like writing a suicide note and everything, and then his hallucinations like trying to tell him not to do it. But before he can finish, he gets a text from Kate telling him to come over. So Joe goes over and Kate is like drunk and she's like, oh, I visited Phoebe at the hospital and blah blah blah. She's like opening up about her problems, except he has like so much more serious stuff going on right now. And then she's like, please, let's just leave together, we can be in love. And then Joe's like, okay, maybe I won't kill myself. He's like, I'll kill Kate's dad instead. So then he's like, okay, they both like agree on it, him and his little hallucination. And then Tom, what was it? Yeah, so Joe pretends to be Kate and asks Tom to meet him. Tom goes to a workshop, and then he tries to kill Tom again, but then Tom catches him again. Tom's like, what the hell? And then Joe's like trying to play it cool. He's like, oh, I sent a text message because I wanted to talk about Reese, and there's DNA on Reese's body. And Tom's like, oh, don't worry, I have so much power, like you'll never be caught. But then Joe ends up knocking out Tom and stuff. And he ties Tom up in a chair, and when he wakes up, they start talking about Kate. Their conversation is interrupted though by Tom's bodyguard, who like shows up. Joe ends up killing him though, because Joe has become like completely unhinged, okay? He's unhinged right now. He's just like killing whatever. So he kills the bodyguard. He's good at it too. He's like super good at it now. And then Tom's like, hey, I'll make you an offer. I'll fix your life financially, and I hope you go back to America as your old identity, okay? No more hiding, and nobody will suspect you for loves like murder or suicide. And Joe's like, I don't want that. And he ends up killing Tom. So then Joe looks through Tom's things at a workshop, and he tries to figure out how he can blame someone else for the death. He decides to stage his death so it looks like that the bodyguard was like trying to rob Tom and ended up killing him. Blah, blah, blah. And he's like, this is the last corpse I will ever bury. It's like, sure. Anyways, Nadia and Eddie are investigating. We're in the final moments. Whew. They're like investigating together. And they're trying to build a case together to prove that he's the killer. Nadia finally explains everything about Joe, including like Marianne, and then everything like that. So according to Nadia, they came up with a plan where if Nadia wasn't able to bring the supplies in time, Marianne would make it look like she was dead, basically. And then they both changed like the text message in Marianne's phone to say it's her best friend, even though it's Nadia's. So they staged a whole like text conversation, and the pills were like switched out with like the ones that slow your heart rate down. So it's like a really thought out plan that Nadia came up with, and it's like, damn. And in the end it worked, because he like quote unquote disposed of Marianne and she was able to escape. And then after that, Nadia found Marianne again, and then their plan was complete basically. So she explains all of this to Eddie, and Eddie's like, holy shit. And Eddie's super proud of her. Eddie's like, you're like a superhero. He's like really proud of her, and I'm like, oh, Eddie's such a good boyfriend. He's like, Nadia, this is amazing. And he's like, I'm worried though. Like, I don't know how far this will go, but like we can take him down probably. So then, yada yada yada. Joe actually did end up trying to kill himself, but then he wakes up in the hospital, and Kate is like, I saved you, basically. She like saved him after his attempt. And then Joe opens up to Kate and tells her like, I did some horrible things, horrible. And then he confesses that she's killed people, basically. And then she's like, and then Kate's like, Joe, my dad is dead, and I know that like he made you kill Reese, so don't worry. I know you didn't I know you had no other choice but to murder him. So Kate's like accepting it, and I'm like, what the hell? And then he reveals like his real identity to her and stuff, and she's like, yeah, okay. And then while his life is like starting to look up for him, Nadia and Eddie are like still trying to work together to take him down, right? So Nadia's in the apartment, and she's like looking around. She's looking for evidence. She's trying to find anything incriminating, and she discovers a box full of like Reese's belongings, because you know, Joe loves his little boxes, right? So Nadia finds the box of like all the belongings, and then she's like, oh, this is perfect. She takes photos of everything, and then she sneaks out of the flat. And then Eddie like agreed to text her if like Joe was coming back or anything. So she sneaks out the flat, and she's like, Eddie, I got everything. And he's like, great job. He's like, I'll meet you back at the car and stuff. So then Nadia leaves the apartment building, and then she's like looking around, and she's waiting for Eddie and everything. But then like she can't find Eddie, so she's like, huh. She's looking around, she's texting him, and he's like not answering. And then suddenly Joe shows up behind Nadia, and Nadia's like, oh my god. And she gets so scared that like she drops her phone on the ground. And then Joe picks up the phone slowly. And at this time, like something happened, because Joe, he's like a different character now, okay? He picks up the phone calmly, he looks through it, he scrolls through the photo album, and Nadia is like shocked. She's like frozen. She doesn't know what to do. He's looking through the photos calmly. And then he's like, you know what, Nadia? I always knew you'd be the one to figure everything out. Because you're really smart. You're a bright student. You're my favorite student. And he's like saying all this really calmly, and it's like really creepy because you've never really seen him like this before. And Nadia's like starting to cry, and she's like, she doesn't know what to say. And then he's like, here, I'll offer you money to keep you quiet, okay? And then he's like saying he's proud of her and stuff. He's like, yeah, I'm really proud of you for figuring this all out. And then, you learn through the narration that he's doing is that, Adam died and then Roald accidentally, quote-unquote, shot his friend in a hunting accident, but his family covered it up because Roald's a psycho anyways. And then the only thing you need to know about like the friend group, the development, is that Phoebe recovered in rehab and she's now teaching children English in Thailand. So she's all the way in Thailand living her life again. She's recovered and she's teaching kids and she's just like living life the way she wants to. And you're like, Phoebe, yes! Anyways. So it cuts to the present, and it's Jill and Kate being interviewed for a story, and you learn that like Kate used her new wealth to like bribe people and basically scrub everything bad that ever happened to Jill like out of his life. So now he can resume his real identity, and he's being hailed as a hero because, you know, he found the killer, and then Kate was like made it so that it looked like, you know, love did this to him, and he had to like find a way out and everything. Jill buys a bookstore, and Kate is running her dad's business now. And then it flashbacks back to Joe talking to Nadia, where he's like, Nadia, I'm so proud of you. You're so smart. And they're talking, and then Nadia's like starting to back up a little bit, and Joe's like, I'll give you money. You can get out of here and start a new life. And he's like, well, actually, I don't think that's something you would do. So then he starts like walking closer to her, and Nadia's backing up slowly. She's like walking away. She's trying to back up from him, and then she trips. She trips and then she falls on the sidewalk. And then she like tripped over something, right? And then her hand feels something wet, and she looks down and it's a pool of blood. And then she looks even more, and she sees Eddie's like face just on the sidewalk, and he's dead. And his throat is slit and everything. So she realizes she tripped over his body. So she starts screaming and like freaking out, and then she's having a breakdown, and something inside her just snaps, right? And then she snaps, and then Jill calmly like squats down to her level, and he's like, here. And he like puts a little knife in her hand, and she like accepts it willingly because she's just so out of it. She's like completely out of it. She can't think, she can't speak, she can't do anything. So Jill puts the knife in her hand, and he's like, here, I'm gonna frame you for killing Eddie in self-defense, and I'm gonna frame Eddie for the murders, okay? And then you're gonna be sent to jail for killing Eddie. And he explains all this, and he's like, and no one will believe you even if you speak up about it, so don't even bother. And then he frames Eddie as the one who killed Reese, which provides a motive for why Nadia would kill her own boyfriend, right? Yeah, it's cold. Like, he has completely changed. And then Jill explains that like after this, Nadia was arrested and she was sent to prison, but she refuses to talk. Like, she's become mute basically from the trauma, and she won't say anything. And then in the final moments of the episode, Joe's like, yeah, I am still a killer, but at least I'm honest with myself now, and I feel okay about it. And then that's what it ends on. Insane! God! The scene with Nadia and Eddie actually pissed me off so much. I could not believe it. I was like, God. And you know what? I want to talk about this too. I'm gonna end stream, but I want to talk about this real quick because it's a really interesting part of his character, I think. But he's like completely like cut off from like sympathy and like his like conscience, right? At this point, he doesn't care anymore. Like, that entire last scene where he's talking to Nadia, completely devoid of, like, any guilt, any feeling, any, like, semblance that he knows he did something bad. Just completely devoid of it. And to me, him killing Eddie's death was the most... what's the word? The most telling, I think, of what he has become, and the most important one. And I'm gonna explain. It's because the one thing that always kept Joe kind of like sympathetic, or the one thing that kept the viewers sympathetic to Joe the whole show, was that he always cared about like younger people, right? He was abused when he was younger. So he sees Paco, he sees Ellie, he always takes on this like protective figure over these kids, right? And then like in season 3 with Theo, he let Theo go because he like had a soft spot. He's like, you know what? Theo has his whole life ahead of him. He has this soft spot for like these younger people who still have futures. Because to him, he's like, they have their whole life ahead of them, right? And in season 4, you can kind of tell he takes on like Nadia and Eddie as sort of like, hey, these are like the kids of the season, right? So the fact that he killed Eddie and then framed Nadia, it just completely shows like that part of him is completely wiped out. Like it's just a blank slate now, you know? And it's daunting, it's scary, and it's sad. It's like this final humanity like is gone. And the reason why I think Eddie's death is so important is because you don't even see it. You see every one of his other murders, right? But Eddie, like this young kid, you don't even see him kill him. Eddie is killed off screen, and the only way you see it is when Nadia trips over his body. So it's like so symbolic of how little that mattered to him, right? Like he literally does not care that he killed Eddie. He doesn't care about them anymore. Because it's just over. It's over. He's gone. Like these people that he cared for, these students that he looked after, like it just, none of it matters anymore. Eddie's killed off screen like he's nothing. And it is because it's like nothing to him now. And then he frames Nadia for all of it, who he had like a soft spot for season 4. It completely turns like the whole him being a caretaker thing on his head. So at this point, I'm like really curious about season 5. Because I'm like, you know what? At this point, there's nothing, like there's no humanity left in him. There's not gonna be like a little kid in season 5 that he's gonna look after or like be nice to, you know? It's over! It's over! And also, like, I didn't really care for Kate, to be honest. I don't know. But yeah, oh my god, we made it, guys, 4 hours. Yeah, alright. I'm gonna go cry. 7 hours. 7 hours. Can you believe it? That was insane. Let me see who's live right now. No one really. We can just go. Alright. Any final thoughts before I leave you guys? We can talk about it next time. I need to get out of here. Eddie and Nadia deserve better. Yes, they did. And I hate it so much because Eddie is like the one guy that never did anything wrong. He just wanted to be a good boyfriend, man. And Nadia, I was so mad about people's reception to Nadia. Because, like, a lot of fans, like, hated her. They're like, how dare she, like, try to fumble his plans or something. And Joe sympathizers. Now, but I hated the people that were saying, like, oh, Nadia kind of deserved it for, like, snooping. Like, what do you mean? Like, it's not like, I don't know. Those people, man, whatever. It's just like, would you not be able to do anything if you saw like all this stuff going on? I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna have to let you guys off. But Thank you for joining me for the past 2 days. 7-hour recap. Jesus. Alright. You ain't the Scooby Gang. That was crazy. Maybe I'll do another one for like another thing. It will definitely not be this long. Cause Jesus Christ. Okay. Gosh, this could have taken up like a whole entire day. Alright, bye guys. Thank you so much for dropping by and listening for the past few days. I hope it's a really good recap, and I hope you guys are like really into it and stuff like that. I hope I was a good storyteller. Alright, I'll see you guys tomorrow for AI. Thank you for coming. This is the end of my U recap. Goodbye. Bye.